Well, good morning, everyone. It's Tuesday, the 10th of May, 2022. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. Moving to the agenda, Elsie Nelson has informed administration that she's not able to attend. So we will be replacing item 4.1 with item 5.1. I would need a motion to adopt the agenda or motion to amend the agenda as requested. Councillor Melhoff, any discussion? I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. And then a motion to adopt that agenda as amended. Councillor Melhoff again. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. The minutes from the previous meeting have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Cermak, I may have missed a signal from you there. Did you have?
Yes. I would like to add something to the closed session.
Tracy, is that something we can?
A labor issue?
We have adopted the agenda. I'm just not sure of a process forward to do that. And it is my fault. I did miss Councillor Cermak's signal that.
Understanding the circumstances and that this was inadvertent, I would suggest that if all of council were to cast a vote to amend the agenda and reapprove it with that amendment, I would suggest a 2/3 vote should substantiate that. So I'll leave it in council's hands and then the Reeves' hands if you'd like to do that.
So I believe it's an amendment for was it a labor, something
Yes,
related to labor?
please.
Would council be in agreement with adding that to the closed session? Okay. Okay. I'll go with Councillor Cermak.
A motion to add 12.3, a labor issue.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I will call that question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, and my apologies for that as well. Again,
Thank you,
okay, we did, maybe in my confusion, we did pass, I believe, the minutes from last time then? Or, okay, thank you for that. Moving on then, we will go to what was item 5.1, which will be item 4.1 right now, and I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Council. So the proposed application before you involves two titles of land on the southeast 2439.5. Brent and Della Bexon hold title to the southeast 2439.5 west of the 5th, containing 135.83 acres zoned agriculture. They also hold title to Plan 972-3235, Block 1, Lot 1, containing 21.18 acres zoned country residence agricultural. The Bexons have made application to redesignate 21.18 acres of Plan 972-3235, Block 1, Lot 1, from CRA to agriculture. The landowners have also made application to redesignate 5.04 acres of the southwest corner of the southeast 2439.5 from agriculture to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with a proposed boundary adjustment to consolidate the 21.18 acres of agriculture District A land contained in Plan 9723235, Block 1, Lot 1, with the remainder of the quarter section, so the southeast 2439.5. They would then subdivide off the 5.04 acres of the southwest corner of the southeast 24 to replace the 21.18 acre residential parcel that is being consolidated back into the quarter. The quarter section is located 3/4 of a mile southeast of the hamlet of Leslieville. The remainder of the quarter section can be accessed from Township Road 39-3 and Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the south and east property boundaries respectively. The proposed new residential parcel can also be accessed from Township Road 39-3 adjacent to the south property boundary. There is a residence and with an attached garage, as well as a barn and seven livestock shelters, and an ancillary building located in the central portion of the 21.18 acre CRA parcel. There are two barns located in the northeast portion of the quarter section, just west of the existing CRA parcel. The barns on the remainder of the quarter section share the same services and connections as the residence and barn located on the existing CRA parcel. The application was submitted because the natural gas provider is requiring them to separate their services as they serve two separate land titles of land. There's a detached garage located in the northwest corner of the There's a detached garage located in the northwest corner of the proposed 5.04 acre CRA parcel that the property owners are hoping to create and replace the existing CRA parcel with. There is a 1.19 acre residential parcel in the located in the northeast corner of the southeast 2439.5. Previous landowners had applied to create a 12 acre parcel at that location by way of fragmentation. They were approved in 1976, however, the subdivision was never registered under municipal approval. In 1979, the landowners had asked for a time extension to get the parcel registered, but were refused by the Red Deer Regional Planning Commission. After 1979, there's no additional information on the how that parcel was created. It seems that the parcel was created without municipal approval, which was a practice used when creating parcels that were fragmented by railways and registered road plans prior to the adoption of the Municipal Government Act by the province. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed land use amendment and the boundary adjustment. The applicants are present and can speak to the proposal. I'll go into some planning directions. So as we go into the MDP section 3.2.3, any development shall be compatible with the capacity of the site and adjacent lands. 6.2.1, residential development which is appropriately located and designed to the satisfaction of the county is compatible within the rural area, including adjoining and nearby agricultural operations. 6.2.2, except for a first residential parcel out and a fragmented parcel, there is no requirement for a land use amendment. 6.2.3, when considering rural residential subdivision, the county may require that the proposed subdivision have the following attributes: suitable for residential development, it's appropriately located. Policy 6.2.4, each parcel shall have legal and physical year-round access, a sufficient developable area, a water table at a depth of 2 meters, serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. 6.2.5, the county may approve a first residential parcel from an unsubdivided quarter section or the largest agricultural parcel within a previously subdivided quarter section that does not already contain a residential subdivision. 6.2.6, the size of the residential parcel, if it's developed, can be between 2.25 acres and 7 acres. And 6.2.7, if it's an undeveloped parcel, it can be between 2.25 acres and 5 acres in size. Policy 9.2.10 gives us some things to consider when creating a residential parcel. 9.2.15, all development shall meet provincial standards when it comes to water and wastewater services. 12.2.3 allows the county to request studies before approving any such subdivision. 12.2.4 gives us some things to consider when evaluating subdivision. Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the general purpose of the agriculture district. I've also included the acceptable lot sizes for ag land uses. Section 13.4, Part 4, I've included the general purpose of the CRA district, as well as the proposed lot sizes for a CRA parcel. The main purpose of this application is to rezone the 21.18 acre CRA parcel to agriculture so it can be consolidated back into the remainder of the quarter section. This will allow the services running to the existing CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section to remain as shared connections. The land proposed to be rezoned to CRA is to allow for the creation of a 5.04 acre residential parcel, which will constitute the first residential parcel out of the quarter section. This application has been submitted in conjunction with a subdivision application to complete the boundary adjustment. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1121-22 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I think it would be appropriate at this time to have a round of introductions, and I'll go to Division 1 first.
Perfect, thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Jenny Malhoff, the counselor for Division 1. That's the area southwest of town.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, counselor for Division 2. That's Tidey, Highway 12, a little bit south of 598, all the way to the east border of the county.
Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 counselor. So I'm down in the south part of the county from sort of Highway 54, sort of about halfway up towards Rocky Mountain House.
Well, good morning, everyone. Darrell Lougheed, counselor for Division 3. That's East Central, kind of straddling Highway 11, and I'm also Reeve.
Good morning, welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5, which includes the west area, Nordegg, everything out that way.
Welcome, everyone. Brian Cermak, Division 6, southern part of the county, Highway 54 generally to the south boundary and out to the west to the Jasper boundary. Thank you.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
And Councillor Swanson is joining us via electronics today, so we can wave to the lady in pink.
Yeah, good morning. Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, planner with Clearwater County.
Good morning, my name is Delegation, and we're just new here and we're just trying to get things working better for us for the farm.
Brent Bexon, same story. And Bob Hagsma, local land surveyor. My area stretches all of Clearwater County, Mountain View County, Brazeau County, and points east, west, north, and south. Thanks. Well, maybe not west, that goes into the park.
Well, great, and good morning and welcome, and thank you for coming and being with us today. I guess ultimately here the staff recommendation is to consider granting first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Is there anything you would like to share with what you're proposing to council?
No, it's just, I mean, to clarify, it's just for the services for us, the farmyard, to make it one service, and then it's already an existing acreage, basically, how they had it set up, it just wasn't zoned, so That's, if there's any more questions to that, we will answer whatever you guys have.
Looking to council,
Sure.
is your light
Yes.
on, Brian?
I was just looking at the MDP policy 6.2.7 says not to exceed the maximum of 5 acres. You have 5.4. Is that minute?
I can speak to that, Councillor Cermak. This is considered a developed parcel, as there's a water well and a septic tank and a field. And there was previously a mobile home on there, but just before, I think it was just before Bexon's bought it, they moved that mobile off. And it didn't go with the property, so there's the ability to put another mobile there or a house.
So it is a developed acreage.
That's correct, and I think Dustin can confirm that.
Typically, when we see these developed sites, we look at to see if they have a residence on them. In this situation, obviously they've removed that mobile home, so we would actually consider it as undeveloped. However, because we're doing a boundary adjustment with a 21-acre existing parcel, we're allowing them to go a little bit bigger than the policy allows in this case. We did feel that 0.04 acres was not anything that would hinder the application. However, if council so wished, we could shrink it down to approve a 5-acre parcel.
Do we have to change our policy then that says that we could extend it?
We're doing the municipal development plan. We're meeting with them again on Thursday. So perhaps that's something that we can bring up to them if we want to look at changing any of the MDP to fit those wants going forward.
I guess I'm just a stickler for, if you've got a policy, go by the policy. If the policy isn't working, change the policy, please. Because I want all the residents to have the equal rights. And if it's a policy, let's go by the policy.
Mr.
Thank you.
Riaz?
And just to add to that, good morning, Council. In this case, we consider this parcel a developed parcel, and that's where the difference is between a vacant, as opposed to being a vacant parcel. And that's where we allow that little jiggle to go in between.
And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. A couple of questions, Mr. Bisson. Do we have the first parcel out on this one already in the northeast corner?
So-
Is that a subdivision?
Yeah, so speaking to that, as I explained, that was done, we believe that was done by way of fragmentation.
Okay.
And perhaps Bob could speak to that as being fairly knowledgeable dealing with subdivisions in that time frame.
Yeah, thank you, Dustin. At that time, when it was split off, the Planning Act of 1977 was the legislation that was followed, and that allowed for a separation by way of a railway or a registered road without any municipal input. So it was just a slam dunk to apply to land titles. And then when the new MGA came in, they changed that so that the municipalities had input on that.
Okay. May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. In regards to the subdivision, now that there's no longer the mobile on it, doesn't that go against our land use bylaw that they have a shop prior to building a residence then technically now? How does that work? I know we've had a lot of those coming through MPC lately, and I just want to make sure we're not have an issue there.
Not necessarily. I believe that's a garage that's on that, which I believe is would be considered a permitted use under the ancillary building for CRA parcels. So it would be a permitted use on that property.
Okay, and I have one more if Reeve will allow me to do so.
I don't see any. I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then we will come back to you. Okay.
Thank you, Reeve. If this application is approved, how many separate titles will there actually be on this property?
So if this is approved, this would create there would be 3 titles on this from this quarter in total.
Thank you.
And I'll go back to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. There's the big, oh, sorry, it was on the screen before. There's the big one in the middle. Is that a barn as well, or is that another residence?
Barn.
That's a barn? Okay, because I was gonna ask if there was a primary, secondary residence, or if it was, or if that's what it would end up being as a primary, secondary residence, or if that was the barn, so, perfect, thank you.
Perhaps if I could just maybe to Councillor Ratcliffe's question in regard to the number of parcels there. So there are 3 titles there currently, so we are not creating any additional parcels on this quarter section.
And I guess I would have a comment, or I guess a question around I would have a question around the north east corner of this with that small acreage. Typically, we haven't allowed acreages that size because of them having, there has to be enough necessary land for septic and those kinds of considerations. This fell outside of our planning sphere. It was before we were a municipality. So today, we would have required a larger parcel and probably an environmental easement around that.
Yeah, so I mean, the MGA states that we have to have 1 acre of developable space. I believe there is just over 1 acre. However, when you consider setbacks, it's probably unlikely that we would have approved such a subdivision in that location.
Okay, thank you for that. Further discussion? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to motion that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 1121/22 and proceed to public hearing.
Oh, and I have lights all over the place. I'm multitasking here, bear with me. I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson first, and then I'll come back to you. Michelle, you're muted. Can't hear you still. I can read lips really well, but it's not working today.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So in regards to the 5 acres, because there's existing services that are already there, I believe planning is allowed for that little bit extra, which I'm assuming is just a matter of an extra meter onto the property line. So I'm fine with going over the extra 5 acres to that little smidgen more. If there was no existing services there, I can understand Councillor Cermak's point in regards to let's give them the 5 acres and that's all. So just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I'll go to Mr. Hagsma.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I just wanted to mention that, you know, being a land surveyor, things have to be in order for me. And I just made it 120 meters by 170 meters. That happened to be 5.04. If I wanted to shrink it down to 5 meters or to 5 acres, it would have had to be in something like 169.65 or something like that. And just trying to make life easy, except for Councillor Cermak, apparently.
Understandable, and I can certainly understand Councillor Cermak, you know, being aware of the rules and wanting to follow within that as well. I think the spirit is of it is there. I see your finger on the button, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. Just the original reasoning for the subdivision for the 21.18 acres. What was the original, like, for the?
I can speak to that, as I was involved in that. Okay. I did it for a previous owner, Pollitt's. Okay. And at the time, I guess they didn't want the farmland, but it turned out not to be an issue because money wasn't an issue for them, so they just hung on to the farmland and the house. They were originally planning just to retain the acreage and sell the farmland. And council at the time approved it. So we went ahead with that and subdivided it for them. And now that Bexon's bought the whole farm, they want to, well, for various reasons, want to consolidate it. So number one, to be a complete farm again, with the barns out there. Then if they sold that, somebody'd have to build a house out there too on the west. And the other, well, kind of the spur for this was the utility company, the gas utility company, that won't service both parcels with one contract.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It just seemed sort of an odd parcel, right? It sort of goes right through the middle of the yard, right? Yeah, so, thanks.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
All right.
Thank you, Reeve Wahid. This is certainly a unique thing that we've seen in here compared to the rest of our redesignations, but for me, it's just supporting agriculture to send it to the next level, so I'm supporting it going to public hearing.
And go ahead, please.
And to add to the subdivision there, the water is shared on both pieces and the power. So to make it all one again only makes sense, otherwise we have to do new wells and everything, so it's not just the gas. Just,
Okay.
Boundaries.
so the boundary
Thank you.
adjustment.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I agree, this makes sense. Also, for the fact that if we keep this as a separate subdivision, one of them won't have municipal access, which goes against our other policies as well. So, because there's one road and then one of them would have to rebuild a road or an access point, because then one of them won't have municipal access, based on what I'm seeing here. It could be wrong.
Just to
Mr.
clarify
Hagsma.
that, Councillor Melhoff, this little dark line that goes up on my sketch.
That's municipal?
That's municipal road, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Then they would still, so
Yeah.
my
So,
mistake.
no problem.
Like going through the middle of the quarter like that, it's typically not.
Yeah, well, the road
municipal.
actually used to go from that point and then head down toward the creek to the northeast, and then go on the road allowance a little bit, and then went around that 1 acre parcel in the northeast, which is how
that
they
got
got
separated
that
off.
subdivision, yeah. So then when we did that 20 odd acre parcel, we closed a portion of that road and consolidated it with the parcel.
Okay.
The part that's missing there, the missing link,
So that's a municipally maintained road.
that's correct.
Thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
Okay, with all this new information that I jumped the gun on, first out of the gate, I can see why it's 5.04. It makes sense. I think it's great that these people are taking it out of country residential and putting it into agriculture. So I definitely approve this. Thank you.
So again, Mr. Hagsma, did you have a comment?
No, I believe
Sorry,
I've
just-
explained it fairly well, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
And if anybody has any questions, I'd be really happy to answer them.
So again,
Yeah, I don't know, I just keep on coming on.
so again, the staff recommendation is to consider, you already did make that motion? Okay, well, that's terrific. I will call the question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Uh,
the information.
So we'll take a 5-minute break here. Welcome back, everyone. Brings us down to item 4.2 on the list, and that is a delegation today. We have Jordan Tidey, manager, and Paul Blais, managing director of economic advisory, Deloitte Canada. And I think we will need a motion for our delegation that is attending electronically to do so. Councillor Ratcliffe? All right, thank you for that. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. So, good morning and welcome. I think we'll do a quick round of introductions here, and I'll go to Division 1 again.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham, Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Darrell Loughy, Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim Chief Administrative Officer.
And Michelle Swanson is joining us, Division 7.
And Jerry Pratt, Economic Development Officer for Clearwater County, and my counterpart.
Jeff Hartling, Economic Development Officer for Rocky Mountain House.
Well, great. Welcome to council this morning. I'll turn the floor across to Jerry to start.
Okay, thank you, Council. I have Jeff from the town with me because we worked on this project together over several months. And Paul, who's on the agenda, was not able to make it today, but we have Jordan, who was leading the supply chain study that we did. Even before the pandemic, a lot of small businesses were facing issues about getting all the supplies they needed, resources. As I mentioned directly in the agenda, between automation and consolidation and so on, a lot of companies, especially smaller companies, have really struggled getting everything they need. We've seen in the town and the county, over a long term, some businesses leave, some amalgamate into larger, and even provincially, we've seen businesses being bought out by international companies and taking their manufacturing and supplies out of the province, out of Canada even. And this creates trouble sometimes, especially it makes things not very flexible in being able to respond to pandemics, for example, or floods or other items that happen. And so we started this study trying to figure out, identify what we have, but more importantly, identify the gaps that we have in the county and the town on opportunities that we might be able to try to attract some of those businesses that are missing here. And specifically ones that we know local businesses are using and getting their supplies and resources from elsewhere already. And so, Jordan, I'd like to turn the time over for you to do the report summary.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I'll just, if I could share my screen, that would be wonderful. So I'm getting a notice that I've been disabled. There we go, fantastic. And I just wanted to mention when we completed the project, we were still MDB Insight, but we've recently been acquired by Deloitte Canada. So just in case there's any confusion between those two brandings, we'll save between the two different reports. The presentation and the report itself. So as Jerry was saying, we completed the supply chain analysis study, and a lot of this was built out from the economic development strategy we completed for the town of Rocky Mountain House. That sort of helped us identify a number of the sectors that we want to take a little bit of a deeper dive into regionally. But in terms of the reporting, I'm just going to go briefly about the study, how we went about it, our analysis on the target sectors, and then an overview on some of those identified sector opportunities. So what we worked to do was identify, key sectors and companies to fill supply chain gaps and help integrate them into the regional economy. So we completed a number of economic impact analyses, as well as just analyzing the supply chains, so purchases within the region from specific sectors, which ones are being imported versus which are being supplied locally. And there were three main sectors that we'd identified. So the first was industry services, the second was tourism, and the third was agribusiness. And from the data we had gathered, it indicated that those three sectors alone had spent about $158 million over 2019, with about 50% of those purchased outside the region. So we thought that that market would be large enough to potentially fill with companies and create a real business case as to why a company might want to come in to the region to fill that gap. Obviously, it's not feasible to attract all businesses from all sectors, but making sure we could really zero in on those sectors that made sense, where there was market, and then where we could identify some specific targets was the priority. So we completed a background review and market assessment. We did our supply chain analysis. We quantified the supply chain. We created an interim report once those sectors were identified. We completed a number of one-on-one interviews with businesses within the region, as well as we dove into the supply chain opportunity analysis and then the final report. We also utilized a sub-consultant ROI to develop a list of leads within those target sectors we identified. So just to break down those target sectors a little bit more, this slide sort of gives you, so there was $150 million spent over that 2019 timeframe. So you can see within industry services, we can see there's about just under $50 million being spent in the region in 2019, and only about 16% of those purchases were being made within the region, while about 84% were being imported. And a lot of that was through, architectural, engineering, related services, petroleum and coal product manufacturing, and steel product manufacturing from purchase steel. So we see fairly significant amounts of money being spent outside the region in those sectors. When it came to tourism, we could see that, again, 81% of the purchases were being made outside the region. And we can see that, when it came to things like meat, dairy, beverages, almost all of that product was being imported to the tune of, over almost $2 million across most of those categories. And the same idea with agribusiness, a little bit of a better situation there, 38% were in-region purchases, but still, there's a fair amount being spent outside the region in pesticide, fertilizer, and agricultural chemical manufacturing at just under 10 million, and animal food manufacturing at 7.7 million. So as we dove into the sector opportunities, we had some conversations around where these purchases were coming from, and we identified some opportunities. So one of them was electric power generation, transmission, distribution. So just under $4 million was spent on imports in the sector in 2019. And when we had our one-on-one conversations with Blue Mountain Power Co-op, they indicated they could potentially fill some of that gap by providing more of those services locally. The conversation was sort of tied towards, whether the town of Rocky Mountain House would also become a customer of Blue Mountain Power as a potential opportunity to sort of expand. So we identified, working with them to explore utilizing sort of that local power generation. We also spoke to them about a proposed solar power generation facility that had been installed due to some zoning considerations. So there could be potentially another opportunity to sort of fill that gap and have more economic activity occurring locally. Also, when it came to utility services and support, so both Fortis and Blue Mountain Power, they both provide those services, and potentially there's an opportunity to engage with those companies to help get more of those services produced locally. And then the last one is geothermal power generation. So there's been a significant research completed in the region, but also further north and in and around Hinton in particular, where Prairies Can, the previously Western Diversification, the government of Alberta Innovates, had invested in studies to explore geothermal power generation in that region, in and around the Hinton region, and there were some constraints there geographical constraints that made that a little bit more difficult than potentially in the county. So we've suggested that there could be a potential road forward to get that consortium together again to take a look at that option again, because it would be a great opportunity to have more local power generation sort of fill that gap.
Jordan, if, I hate to interrupt you there, we're having a little difficulties hearing you. I don't know if there's anything you can do with the sound quality on your end. We're getting a little bit of a garbled sound that some of the council is having a difficulty understanding some of the finer points of your presentation.
Is this any better?
Yeah, I think there was an improvement there for sure.
For sure. I'll just hold my mic up here and I'll try to speak a little bit louder. Hopefully that works for everybody.
Thank you for that. We'll try. I think it's helping.
For sure. Is there anything you would like me to go back over just before we move on to the next slide?
I'm seeing heads shaking. I think please just go ahead and carry on with your presentation.
Sounds good. We'll move ahead. Next was food and beverage manufacturing. So this was an interesting sector. We'd identified that there had been over $20 million spent by the tourism industry in 2019, with a lot of imports coming in from that food and beverage manufacturing sector. So increasing the production of local food products for consumption and export can help support both the agribusiness and tourism sectors. And we recognize that there's been some fairly significant work that's been done in terms of buy local campaigns that have helped support overall the farmers markets within the region. When we looked at the economic impact of this sector in particular, that was one of the ones that had one of the highest economic multipliers. So when we added more jobs in terms of our model into the sector from within food and beverage manufacturing, when you add 5 jobs, you actually create 4 indirect positions, so 9 jobs in total. So that was one of the reasons we wanted to sort of highlight that sector in particular, not only because there was a gap, but because you have some significant strengths in this sector already in terms of local producers, but that it would create a higher economic impact overall. So some of the next steps we'd identified were continuing to work directly with those local producers to bring those products to markets and exploring exporting, as well as considering allowing distilleries and breweries to sell at the farmers markets as well. We also looked at a brewery expansion, so we were able to have conversations with your local brewer, Rival Brewing, who are they're planning or considering an expansion at the moment. And one of the issues that's sort of blocking, or is not necessarily blocking, but it's a hurdle to overcome, is that access to improved water and wastewater infrastructure. And this was sort of an echo of a lot of the concerns we'd heard from businesses, both within the county and within the town, that there's land available, but it was not necessarily service land or doesn't necessarily have all the servicing required to make an investment decision in some situations. So it was one of those, sort of echoed one of those areas, but we sort of saw that as a really great opportunity to work within, a growing sector that has some real potential, and with a great local employer who's already in the region. We also looked at meat manufacturing. So this was kind of an interesting one. From what we understood, that there were some changes to provincial regulations that allowed for more on-farm meat sales, and there were local processors who were already operating in the region who are doing on-farm slaughter and off-farm processing that locals are able to access. But there are regulations, unfortunately, that make it difficult to get those products sold commercially, either through restaurants or exported. So we sort of saw this opportunity as more of a promotion of what's already happening, because you've got great suppliers and you've got processors who are currently active in this space. But it's not necessarily one of those areas where we think you should spend a lot of time and energy trying to pull in, for example, a new abattoir, simply because it can be cost prohibitive and the regulations involved can make that a little bit more difficult. So once we went through those opportunities, we wanted to sort of highlight the ones that we felt made the most sense for your team to sort of work with, and the other ones where the best support was maybe, in terms of marketing and promotion as opposed to active investment attraction. So the next section was industry services. So we had professional, scientific, and technical services. So we saw that, there's not necessarily as high a direct multiplier, but what is great about these sectors in particular within professional, scientific, technical services is, they don't necessarily require the same amount of land and buildings as some of the other sectors out there. Those professional technical services can be and sometimes worked on by remote workers or have access to simple buildings that don't necessarily require large amounts of water, wastewater, huge amounts of power. You know, it's a good fit for the needs of the sectors within your region, but also the investment readiness of the region. So we had suggested continuing to engage with companies that purchase these services locally. And then we've also got a list of, as I mentioned previously, a list of lead companies identified by ROI. So 8 of those companies were sort of we identified as reaching out to as good options. So Matrix Solutions, Vertex Resource Group, et cetera. As well as very similar to that, the architecture, engineering, and related services, you know, engaging with those companies that are selling these services within the region, you know, and taking a look at what that market is, you know, at about $5.9 million being spent a year. There seems like there might be an opportunity to maybe not necessarily attract the entire business, but potentially to attract more practitioners within that space to help keep more of those services operating locally. One of the other conversations we've had under oil and gas, agricultural data collection and services is that there's a number of firms who are contracted right now by oil and gas firms who are collecting data using very similar measurements and tools as are required by the precision agriculture sector. So in some of our conversations with businesses that identified that there was a bit of a crossover there, so there could be the potential to make some connections between those firms who are currently doing those types of services for oil and gas firms to look at expanding their services into precision agriculture. So we identified a number of agricultural technology businesses that might be a good fit to sort of start that conversation, sort of help make those connections. And that was particularly in relation to just the fact that some of your farmers within the region are now having access to the Starlink system, which has improved their ability to access data and work on some precision agriculture related tools. So there could be some opening up of some other opportunities just because those services now exist. We also looked at agricultural, construction, mining, machinery manufacturing, you know, seeing that the regional economy had imported about $12.5 million in this type of machinery, that it made sense to continue to engage with those companies that purchase those products locally, that there may be an opportunity to sort of attract some of those producers to the region. When we took a look at agricultural inputs, we looked at pesticides, fertilizer, and other agricultural chemical manufacturing. Just that $17.4 million was spent on pesticides, fertilizer, and other agricultural chemical manufacturing and animal food manufacturing in 2019. So there was a fairly significant economic impact in this area as well. So that, you know, 5 jobs of support activities for farms in the region would create an additional indirect job. So not as high as the food and beverage manufacturing as previously, but definitely an opportunity there. We were able to identify 6 companies through our ROI lead list that might fit the bill in that area. The same is with farm, lawn, garden machinery, and equipment merchant wholesalers. The last opportunity we sort of dove into was related to tourism. So that idea that the quality of life promotion for lone eagles, and it's almost an antiquated term now, but what we used to call what used to be an unusual thing was those remote enabled workforce, you know, those folks who can work from home. And as you know, we all know, going through the pandemic, that's one of those things that sort of exploded recently. And it sort of just accelerates what we're talking about, is that the things that attract tourists or visitors to a region are the same things that attract residents, particularly when those residents are not tied to a particular location and can work in multiple areas. So when we identified the crossover between the needs of that workforce as well as the needs of your visitors, you know, there's a lot of cross-pollination there. You know, looking at things like you know, more recreational vehicle parks and recreational camps, the increasing the number of restaurants and attractions. You know, those things can impact both sectors simultaneously and attract that workforce, as well as bring more support to the tourism industry overall. And we've identified a number of companies on that ROI lead list. And one of the things that really came out of this, and it was great to have a lot of conversations with businesses from the region, is just understanding the importance of having that really great close connection with the local business community, you know, understanding what their needs are, where there's some opportunity to support them. And all of this information really helps the economic development team, you know, better understand what those needs are and how to support them, because that helps your local businesses expand, but it also gets your communities ready for investment attraction. So all of this data sort of plays into both of those areas. And I hope it really sets up the team to help continue to attract investment. And that's the end of my presentation. So I'll stop sharing the screen. I can see if anyone has any questions, and I can go back if anyone would like to.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Just looking for any questions from council. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious what you are hoping that we can help with. What's something that we can make an impact on today that would hopefully help this arena?
Well, there's actually a few different things. So one of them, one of the easiest ones, I think, was potentially taking another look at the solar application from Blue Mountain Power Co-op. From what I understood, there was an issue with the zoning that sort of stopped them from being able to move forward with that project. So taking another look at that application might be one of those just quicker, easier things that the group could do to potentially see something like that operation take off. Taking a look at overall infrastructure as well, like that when we sort of talked about the investment readiness side of things, making sure that both the town and county have investment ready lands that are ready to support new investments, so that even just making sure that your teams have the answers to questions like how long is it going to take for water or power or sewer to get to a particular site. Even just having those timelines in place can put you far ahead of competitors within the space, as well as just ensuring robust systems for business retention and expansion. So we talk about things like client relationship management systems, where you're able to track your interactions with businesses, making sure that you're giving the economic development team the support they need to reach out to businesses, have those conversations, be able to track those conversations, and bring those back to council to make improvements in areas that they require.
Perfect, thank you. It sounds like we need to sit down with the town and talk to them about what we can do together to make some of these things happen.
Mr. Pratt.
As the county goes through the municipal development plan and looking at that, one of the biggest things that in my role I would like to emphasize is that as we look at land use, to think beyond what we've had all the time. There's growing demand for greenhouses in particular in central Alberta. There's growing demand for smaller, unique agriculture production like llamas or just garlic, and they don't want just 5 acres. They need 10 to 20 acres. A lot of those, just to keep that in mind. And as Jordan mentioned, having zoned and serviced land is one of the biggest obstacles I face. I get calls from companies, but I don't have anywhere to send them. And I talk with Jeff about places we can send them, but in town they have limitation for their size of their lots. Most of these places that I deal with are looking for places that are large enough that they can bring a rig into and turn it around and have storage in addition to the production and processing. In particular, the one that Jordan pointed out in the food and beverage manufacturing. The potential for more jobs and spin-off there because it supports a lot of other things. But food and beverage manufacturing requires water and sewer and then room as well. And if they're retail, they require access to market, which means they need to be fairly close to Rocky Mountain House. Because that's where their employees would probably be from, and that's where the people they're selling to would most likely be from. One of the areas related to food and beverage manufacturing, and it is something I've been reaching out, and now that restrictions are lifting, hopefully I can do more face-to-face visitations. But we only have one restaurant in the whole county that actually serves locally grown or raised food. The rest sort of go by the default of the lowest cost option, which is not generally produced or processed here. And that's something that we need to work on. Jordan has provided, with this report to Jeff and I, a list of variety of the companies and the resources that we can reach out to and contact, and that related to the CAPE report that we have on target sectors. So each sector that we're interested, so not just specific businesses, but the sectors we're interested in growing or attracting to the area. CAPE did a report just a couple of years ago that targets, these are the items or the resources they need, whether it's land or power, water, but also people and education and skills going into those. And so we'll be using this information along with the companies that Jordan and his company has provided for us as contacts. And we'll be taking a look, trying to line that up with our target sector profiles on, do we have all of, or most of, we're not going to have all of, but do we have most of the resources that those sectors are looking for? One of the biggest ones that sectors are looking for that our area might be struggling with is staffing. Not just staffing, but the talent, the talent that those specific businesses or sectors are looking for. And that's something that I had been doing just before the pandemic set in, was visiting schools and telling them these are the skills that local companies are looking for and figured they'll need for the future. But unfortunately, I only got to one school and then all those visitations got shut down. But I am in the process of reaching out back to some of our larger companies asking, are these still the skills you're looking for and think you'll need in the future? And then hopefully being able to get back into the schools to do that as well.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Melhoff.
Perfect, thank you, Reeve. Not really a question, just a hope that this can be brought to a strategic planning meeting so we can actually look at legitimately ways that we can bring this forward, if we can, for helping you have some on-the-ground places you can send these businesses, et cetera, that have the services they need, and how we can make our 3, 5, 10-year plans to make that happen, so.
I will find out when that can be scheduled.
That would be great, thank you so much.
Mr. Tidey, any closing comments?
Just thank you for giving us the opportunity to work for you, and it was a pleasure.
And I may have missed a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Could you prioritize what you see as the most important actions on the part of the county to capture some of these opportunities?
From my personal experience, the top two is land that is shovel ready, that I can send a business to. These are not, the businesses that we're talking to are not developers. They just want to be able to build their shop and be operating within the year. To have to go through the zoning and then the servicing process and then build their shop, we're talking 2 to 3 years out. And that's not a risk those companies are willing to take. The second really is the talent. Companies are going to set up where they can find the people with the skills that they need. And then be able to retain those people in that area as well. There are quite a few companies that, our diversity of jobs here is not wonderful. And there are quite a few companies that face the obstacle of that they can attract in a couple, they can attract one person with the skills they want, but then the spouse can't find a job for the skills they have. And so they end up choosing to live in Sylvan. So one can commute here and one can commute to Red Deer. And unfortunately, after 2 years of commuting on our roads, in the winter in particular, they often make the choice of the person that's working in our area would like to work closer to home. And that, I hear that, I've heard that from all the companies that I've met with, that they face that obstacle. It's hard to retain employees when they both can't, in a family, both can't get jobs here, so they choose to live outside of our boundary.
Would it be reasonable to say then that as far as retaining workers, attracting workers, it comes down to quality of life?
Well, quality of life is one of the best things that we have for retaining people here. But for attracting, they look at a lot of things, and a lot of the people, especially with skills, engineers, the professional designations, they're coming from larger centers. And while I moved from small town rural Saskatchewan here, and I was just grateful to have a grocery store open past 6, not everybody else is thankful for that service. They're looking for, honestly, a lot of them are looking for a Walmart. A lot of them are looking for perhaps in recreation centers, a large multi-purpose gymnasium. I'm not saying that we require that, but that's what they're used to where they're coming from. And when they're coming here and they don't see necessarily those things, it's what they're weighing out. Because we're competing with Sylvan, we're competing with Innisfil, we're competing with Lacombe and Red Deer as we try to attract those people. And that's what those companies are competing with too, as they try to attract people here. There's a reason why Paderni's set up an office closer to Red Deer. There's a reason why now Bunch has an office at Grand Prairie. That's where some of their work is, and that's where it's easier to find some employees to come and stay sometimes.
And I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
I see the two most important things you listed was land readiness and people in education to get new businesses coming. I'm concerned about what do you think we need to do for existing businesses to grow and become more stable and more profitable in this area?
You know, existing businesses have faced the exact same two obstacles as the attraction. The truth is 70 to 80% of business growth in a community usually comes from pre-existing businesses and business owners.
Yep.
So they often, in doing their business, they see another opportunity and nobody else is satisfying it, so they will go after it themselves. Because they know the community and so on, which is great. Those are the people we want. But they run into the same issue of where can they set up or can they expand in the location they're set up. We have many businesses throughout the county in particular that have, because we never had industrial parks really for any of them to set up in, they worked off their acreage or their farm. They grew from a 1-person welding shop to 10 people, and now they need to expand their shop, but they can't do it in the location they're in. But they're not necessarily willing to move to a non-existent industrial park that has the services they need either, because they're not a developer. So they end up staying at 10 people or operating out of compliance with 15 or 20 people. That's an ongoing issue. The talent side is one I'm hearing all the time as well, especially I'm presenting a little bit later today on our demographics. And, it's been a tough 8 years for the oil industry in particular. And there's a lot of people that left the industry completely because in the last 15 years, they saw 3 huge layoffs in a very difficult time. And now that our oil and gas industry is hiring, they can't find the people. So there's a shortage of staffing. And as you'll see with the population stats a little bit later, as we've lost younger people, even frontline workers and laborers, it's harder for those companies to find them too. I don't think I think we'll be targeting trying to work on education and the skills that these companies need. I don't know if we can do a campaign about having more kids, but that could be interesting if we go that direction.
Yes. Thank you very much. I find that very interesting that it's the new businesses and existing businesses need the same thing. So I think we have our job cut out for us as councillors to advance this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would take this moment too to thank you very much for the work done on this report and for the presentation as well. It's given us great food for thought as we review policy and planning as we move forward and take those next steps. So thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff, a question?
Not a question, just a comment that I love seeing that the two of you are working together on this. It's gonna take a regional approach to make these things happen, and I love that you guys are already doing that. So that's gonna be great for us to take a play out of that book and do the exact same thing with our counterparts at the town and the village.
Yeah. Thank you. Any closing comments at all? If not, I would. Jerry?
You sit or don't.
Or Jeff, sorry.
I will make, if I can take a, to
Sure,
make the comment.
absolutely.
Jeff and I with the town, we work on actually quite a few projects together. While we do have, the town and the county have separate services and there are separate needs, our economies are pretty intertwined, and there's a lot of things that, not everything, but a lot of things that, having the information in particular is vital. It's the same information for both of us in most cases. On the tourism side, we work together and all that too. I mean, generally speaking, the attractions are in the county, but the services are in the town. And we acknowledge that and we work and try to promote both. So.
Well, thank you very much for that. Ultimately, we'd be looking for a motion here to accept the Clearwater County Town of Rocky Mountain House Supply Chain Analysis Report for information as presented. And I'll go to Councillor Graham. You're fighting over it? So I would, okay, any further discussion? I would call that motion then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And I'd look to Tracy Lynn. Our delegation has been waiting very patiently, but I think it might be appropriate to take a 10-minute break here. Welcome back, everyone. That takes us down to item 4.3 on the agenda, and we're joined by a delegation from the Mountain View BearSmart Society. Excuse me for my rented lips at the moment. I'll start with a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff with Division 1.
Hello, Sydney Graham with Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5, which sort of circles a part of the town and goes west to the federal parks. So lots of bush and bears in that area.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
And Councillor Swanson is joining us electronically, so you can see her smiling face on the screen up there as well.
Anne-Marie Bertagnoli, Agriculture and Community Department.
Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services. Thank you for coming today.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services and Interim Chief Administrative Officer.
I'm live.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Jane Bicknell, and I'm the Secretary for Mountain View BearSmart. And with me today is Kira Feder from Wildlife Biologists here in Rocky and our liaison with AEP. And of course, Anne-Marie is our liaison with your Ag Services in your council. So we're here today to tell you about what Mountain View BearSmart did last year in 2021. The results of our 2021 bear and cougar sightings programs and our plans for 2022. Now, I know there's some new councillors here this year, so just to tell you a bit about myself and why I'm involved in BearSmart. My husband and I live in Bearberry and we raise cattle there. Of course, that's prime bear and cougar country, just like out here. And we've been there for 27 years now. We're also wildlife biologists by education and work experience, both here and in the Northwest Territories. And since the 80s, we worked on research and survey projects involving bears, cougars, wolves, and ungulates, and that's why we felt it, we had some expertise to bring to BearSmart. As more people move west into bear habitat and bears are moving further east into agricultural lands, there are going to be interactions between people and bears. We've been operating now for 14 years, and our prime focus is on education as a means to reduce the number of negative human-bear interactions. Reducing those interactions also reduces bear mortalities and translocations and reduces the costs of property damage and bear management. Education is vital, as new residents and tourists may not even realize that the agricultural areas, especially here in Clearwater, are prime wildlife habitat. There's deer, moose, and elk, they all live here, as well as the animals that prey on them, the grizzly bears, the black bears, the wolves, the cougars, and the coyotes. And nowadays, even the agricultural areas as far east as Highway 22 are grizzly bear, black bear, and cougar country. Due to COVID restrictions, we were limited in where and when we could hold a lot of our events. In-person bear wildlife safety presentations kind of were on and off quite a number of times. But in spite of all of that, we did do 17 presentations last year between May and September. We did a Zoom workshop for the campground operators in both counties. We had 3 days of presentations to the grade 4 students in Clearwater, in Condor, and in Rocky. And we did 13 bear and wildlife safety presentations, and 9 of those included outdoor bear spray training. We also publish BearSmart ads in print. We do the Mountain View Vacation Guide, and we have radio ads that we put out on both the Rocky and the old stations. Okay, now it won't move. There we go. Thank you. To help reduce human-wildlife conflict, we continue to promote the use of bear-proof garbage bins for residents and the use of electric fencing by acreage owners, livestock producers, beekeepers, etc. We also promote on-farm composting of dead stock to producers. We provided a solar charger to a livestock producer east of Sundre, and we're hoping that soon that the producer will either let us tour or at least have some pictures and things that we can show that how well it's working. We also hope to find another producer either in Clearwater or Mountain View that would be interested in doing a composting project either this year or next. Thanks. We're extremely proud of our website. We post bear, cougar, and other wildlife sightings from the 2 counties. And we get those from either the public or from Fish and Wildlife. And now both Clearwater and Mountain View have links to our website on theirs, and in Clearwater we're also on their Facebook page. So this helps us promote our bear safety messaging out to more residents. People want to know where bears and cougars have been seen, and they're eager to contribute their sightings and add to our lists. Our weekly bear activity report begins every year with the first bear sighting in the spring, and we go until the bears den up either in November, December. Bears, of course, are already out of their dens, and our first report went out on March the 16th. So far this year, we've received 31 bear sightings, 13 here in Clearwater, and 16 in Mountain View, and 2 from just outside in Rocky View County. There's 1,170 people on our email list, and it goes up and down as people, want to log in, move away, and remove themselves from the list. And we also answer questions on how to identify bears from their photos or scats, paw prints, other questions on wildlife biology and management, whatever comes up. And our budget for this year to post those sightings and do that weekly report and analyze the data is going to remain the same as last year, and that was roughly $2,870 for the Clearwater share, split between Mountain View County and Mountain View BearSmart. Roughly, there were 160 sightings reported to us in 2021, 145 bears and 15 cougars. As you can see at the bottom of the graph, the cougar sightings on the right, they tend to stay relatively in the same levels over the years. Bear sightings were significantly higher in 2020 compared to the year before. Bear sightings were significantly higher in 2021 than in 2020. That's partly due to more people in Clearwater being aware of us, participating in our program. And also the hot, dry summer reduced some of the natural foods available, and we got a few more sightings reported to us later in the summer and fall when they were, trying to access non-natural stuff closer to humans. Okay. Yep. We're going backwards now. One more. One more. There we go. Technology. This map shows all of the locations that we've got over the past 2 years. The 2020 sightings are the pink ones, and the 2021 are green. And you do notice that we will post sightings that come from just outside, either in Rocky View or Bighorn, because bears don't pay attention to our boundaries, and they move many, many miles in a day, and they just go where they please. But you can see those little concentrations, especially in the west portion of Mountain View. As you come north, you get closer into Burntic Lake, Crammon, Caroline, Rocky, and a nice arc that follows the Highway 11. Because again, people report what they've seen and where, and it depends too on where they travel. Okay. So out of the 145 sightings, we had to leave some out because they were either from outside the counties, and And this left us 136 bear sightings and 13 cougar sightings, okay? And out of those 136 bear sightings, 62 were grizzly bears and 61 were black bears, and then there's 13 where we can't determine the species. So that's a pretty even mix between black bears and grizzly bears. Next, if it cooperates, there we go. In Clearwater, there were 78 sightings reported. 33 were grizzly bears, 37 black bears, 7 bears of unknown species, and only 1 cougar. Okay. And from this rather large, hard to read table, it breaks them down by community, but basically what you see is the communities of Nordegg, Cow Lake, Caroline, and Crammond all had the most sightings with 8 to 9 each. If we lump them a little more densely, the area from Abraham Lake to Nordegg had the most sightings at 19. And the areas south of Rocky, the area Caroline and off to the west, and the area south of Caroline each had 14 to 15 sightings each. So that tells you where, you know, the bears are concentrated or being seen and or causing problems. Next. So there again on this map, you can see those little clusters. And also I'd like to point out that these maps that we've shown are our first attempt at mapping our locations, thanks to AEP and their staff. And we hope to refine that a little bit as years go on too, and we get more of an opportunity to distinguish like a bear sighting, a cougar sighting, or locations where there's more than one sighting, because some of these are repeats, but we don't have, you know, giant circles for more than one, but we'll get there with time. Okay. So now that restrictions have been lifted, I anticipate we will be even busier this year with presentations and events. We've already held the Zoom workshop for the campground operators again from the 2 counties. We've done 3 bear safety presentations, so far 2 in Cochrane and 1 in Water Valley. And we already have presentations scheduled for the Rocky Junior Forest Wardens and plans for presentations in Nordegg and Rocky and Caroline. Other presentations will come on schedule whenever, wherever any of the communities in either of the counties ask us to come and speak. It's easier for us to go to a community that invites us rather than sometimes to try and draw people in. If there's a need and a desire to have us to come, we get a far better response. And again, of course, we will run our print and radio ads. They're already planned for the weeks prior to each long weekend in May, July, August, and September as a reminder to be BearSmart. In addition, we're proposing a number of joint projects with AEP and both the counties in order to reduce further the risk of human-bear conflict. The numbers of people and bears out on the landscape has increased and bear-human conflicts occur. It's imperative that provincial governments, municipal governments, and residents all work together to do whatever is necessary to diminish that risk of conflict. Everybody in this has a role to play. The bear hazard assessments in Clearwater and Mountain View County are now 10 years old, and they need to be updated. AEP and Mountain View BearSmart are also recommending it's now time to take the next step in the process and develop a human-bear conflict management plan for each county. This will help all the organizations and stakeholders involved to focus on how to mitigate and resolve human-bear conflicts. For the counties, this means including BearSmart bylaws and BearSmart best management practices in county development plans and land use plans. The James River in both overlaps into both Clearwater and Mountain View, and producers and residents there want a more consistent plan to address bear issues from both AEP and the councils. To address some of those issues, we have planned a joint Mountain View BearSmart, Clearwater County, Mountain View County workshop at the James River Community Hall on June 8th. On-farm dead stock composting and how to erect and properly maintain electric fence. It is very effective, but trying to get the details and the methodology out there to put it up properly and keep it working is something we need to do. You can see there on the screen an example of one of the signs that we have out. Unfortunately, we've lost 2 in Mountain View County. I don't know why people cut them down and steal them, but they do. So Kara has provided both staff here and in Mountain View with some more signs. So we're going to not only replace our missing ones, but there'll be an opportunity to put them up in other areas where you want to give people the message you are in bear country. And finally, one of the other things we want to look into is garbage polycarts. It's cost prohibitive for many residents to purchase bear-proof either polycarts or garbage bins. Again, Kara has been investigating kind of a do-it-yourself latch system that turns those non-locking polycarts into something that's at least bear-resistant, if not bear-proof, and it's something that people can do on their own. It may eventually prove to be something that could be useful, say around Nordegg, I think especially, or even any other towns that now use polycarts in their waste system that aren't bear-proof. Okay. And that's what I have to say about us. So I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to bring you up to date and to extend our appreciation to Council for your support of our society and providing us with funding to keep our programs going. This funding ensures that the programs and projects that we provide to your residents to reduce human bear conflicts and prevent human fatalities will continue into 2022 and into the future. And with that, any questions, comments?
Well, thank you very much, and I see a question from Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there a number of conflicts or a number of bears that would spur them being added to a draw to help manage the numbers of the population? Is that is there a number in which we would reach before that would happen, or how does that work?
No, at this time there is, well, for black bears, there is an open season, so, and it's quite extensive. There is the spring season and the fall season. For grizzly bear at this point in time, there are different options that they are talked about in Edmonton, but at this point in time, there is no discussion to put into operation a season like that.
Yeah, well, particularly with the sightings of black and grizzly being very even in your numbers, with there being a season for blacks but not a season for grizzlies when their numbers are looking similar.
At the same time, it's quite different. People often don't report the black bear, but report the grizzly bear, and the same grizzly bear get reported, 5 times within the same morning, when your black bear maybe get reported once after it's been gone around the community for a week. So there is a little bit of a difference in there, but certainly numbers have gone up for grizzly bear. At this time, as I say, Edmonton need to kind of move forward in deciding what's the next step for the recovery plan.
Perfect, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Interesting report. Could you give me a little sort of order of magnitude of how serious these encounters with bears are? Like, how many people get injured?
I don't believe I brought any of those kind of stats today, but I think what we're trying to do here at Mountain View BearSmart is provide a service where residents can let other residents know that they've seen a bear without, picking up the phone. Some people will post to Facebook. We're not, if there is an incident where there's the issue of, human safety, damage to property, killing of livestock, in those cases, those you report to Fish and Wildlife and let the officers handle them. We're more interested in, I saw a bear go by, because Fish and Wildlife doesn't have the time and resources to be interested in those kind of things. You know, if they're not causing problems and they don't have to action it, it's, you know, I don't want to say they don't care, but they're too busy to care. But what we do is, that's what we are interested in. It's a matter of saying to people, I saw a bear, did it go your way, did it, you know, so because we all know that the bears are out there, but people want to know where other people have seen them. I guess incidents and occurrences.
Last year, just out of top of my mind, we had at least 3 grizzly bear causing problem with livestock. The 3 bears have been removed. We had a number of black bears into garbage. And I know for sure that at least 3 of those bears have been dispatched. So at this point in time, I don't recall any relocation that has been made. In terms of people's safety, we had the fatality in Water Valley last year within kind of the area in which we operate, but no other close contact that I know has been reported.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Cermak before I come back to Councillor Ratliff.
I'm sorry if I missed it. What time is the BearSmart workshop at the James River Hall?
We're planning for June the 8th.
Yes.
And we're going to run it from 10 until 3 with a break for lunch. In the morning, we're going to focus more on on-farm composting. And then in the afternoon, focus more on the electric fence, how to put it up, how to maintain it. We all know what fences are like to put up, and you know they look good when they first go up, and then it's whoops, you know. But it's trying to convince people that yes, they do work. I mean, if you get it up and maintain it properly, it really does work. It gives those bears a shock, and it doesn't take them long to learn. You avoid that because you're not getting in, be it a beehive, you know, somebody's chicken coop or whatever. So.
How do I register?
We will have an Eventbrite registration. Mountain View County is going to organize that for us, and Anne Marie can point you in the right direction because we're still finalizing some of our speakers. But, you know, we hope that it's something that we can promote and get some interest in. And because I know even Marty here at your council has done some on-farm composting of his own, and that again is something, you know, we can maybe bring in and, you know, have people tell you what has worked in the past and how do we do it.
Thank you. I'm in that area and I see bears all the time.
Yes, I think we all, those of us who live out here, raise cattle, we certainly do. Yeah.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
The Nordig community got together and bought a number of bear-proof bins, and that made a noticeable difference in encounters in the community. Are there programs or ways to help people source these bins?
I'm working on it.
Good.
It's very complex because there is very few manufacturers that provide residential bin for an affordable cost. And so I'm looking at the option to get a local business here to possibly invest into a lot that then can be, you know, resold, because otherwise for the single resident to access a bear-proof bin becomes extremely difficult. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I think Councillor Cermak has something to show.
This is all of Lethbridge. This bin is bear-proof. It has been tested in the Yellowstone for 3 years. They have a patent on it. I have no idea what the cost is, but it is approved by everybody in North America. It is the bin to use.
And I'll go to Mr. Martinson. I know you're not a paid endorsement.
Hopefully not, but that's the only one that is approved. Yeah, and we appreciate that information, and we do have good relationships with some of the manufacturers around us to provide larger bins for our campgrounds and our operations, and we work very closely with our waste authority. And of course, we work very closely with Kira as she's trying to solution this smaller scale problem for individual residential waste. We're very interested in what Kira is able to sort of find for us, and she'll find it. You know, she found solutions for some of the other big bins, and so at that time we do work closely with the Nordic Community Association, and as well we're interested in not just Nordic, but also we've got dozens maybe of communities, smaller, you know, often than Nordic, but the multi-parcels along the slopes there, Misty Valley, Cougar Ridge, and then as we move south, there's a whole bunch down there as well. And we'd be both interested in helping source grants, providing the linkages to the expertise as you see over there, whether it be Mountain View BearSmart or Kira Fish and Wildlife. So those are things we've been looking at alongside Nordic Community Association and Kira. Nordic's often the tip of the spear because of the densities and what's at risk there. And so, you know, obviously that's likely a spot that we'd solution first and take what we learn there out to the other, well, as they've pointed out, there's pretty much no inch of Clearwater County that's not bear habitat. In fact, they're even east of us, as they mentioned. We are collecting data slightly east of us for the eastern edge of our county's benefit. That doesn't mean that's all that they've made. That's where we have to draw a line. So, you know, there'll be bears and red deer soon if there's not already in the river valley, and so on and so forth. So, we plan on making sure that our communities are safe and coexisting.
Thank you. Any further comments or at all? Well, thank you so much for presenting to us today, and thank you for your efforts to increase the awareness around BearSmart practices. I think it's very important and very timely to have that effort, and I wish you continued success in that.
Thank you.
Again, looking for a motion to accept this delegation's presentation for information. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that is carried. And again, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Tracy Lynn, looking to the agenda, would it be appropriate to go to section 6 or I'm just looking forward. I know we do have Mr. Martinson here for that section, if would that work? Okay. So that brings us to item 6.1, which is the high school graduation ceremonies. And as I gather my thoughts here, I'll let you gather your thoughts together as well too. So.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed and Council. We're pleased to be here for a few items, and the first one on the agenda is the high school graduation ceremonies. A yearly staple up until global pandemic times, and now we're super pleased to be bringing them back with some of them, you know, in person and a couple still through the video component. So we do have a staff recommendation that council appoints individual councillors to attend the David Thompson, Caroline, West Central, and St. Dominic's High School graduation ceremonies.
Thank you for that. Now, is there any interest, expressions of interest from council members to attend any or those? I certainly would volunteer for the David Thompson High School one. That's right around the corner from me, and that helps bear the load of council. Deputy Reeve Northcott?
I too would volunteer for Caroline.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further expressions? I think a couple of these are a video type. Yep. Would that be a taped presentation or is that a live video feed?
It is our understanding that it is a live presentation at the time of the ceremonies.
Oh, I thought they were taped last time.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
they could be taped as well. We'll find that information out.
That would, I think that'd be helpful because I'm just looking at, there are some kind of overlapping times there, so I wouldn't be able to be at two live moments at the same time, but, you know, I'd look to the remainder of council. Councillor Milhoff?
Thank you. If I'd have no problems doing the West Central High School, as long as I know that we are also booked to be with Doug Griffiths that day until noon. So provided we are done with him in time, then I could be there at 1.
Councillor Swanson?
For further information in regards to the video, maybe that would be more appropriate for the Reeve to have the video already done and that is presented, that we don't have to worry about schedules that day. But if we're done the Doug Griffiths lighting, then by all means, Councillor Malhoff can attend by video. So just wondering if the video would be proper.
Yeah, as I said, I would have no problem whatsoever taping a video, but I'd probably, you know, there might be some movement, scheduling conflicts otherwise.
David Thompson is June 29th.
And that one's in person.
Yep, Caroline's May 27th in person as well.
Our regular council is June 28th, is it not? Which is be the St. Dominic's.
Regular
No.
council, June 28th.
We don't have council that day? No?
Yes, yes, great, yeah.
And that's their graduation.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like the best way forward would be for us to communicate back to the schools. For West Central and St. Dom, we would provide a recorded video. It's my understanding that that was a solution in the past, so it should be an option for this time around as well.
Yeah, I can go in person on the 29th if the Reeve cannot, but if a recorded video is possible, that would be a great option so the Reeve can represent council.
I'll just give my personal thought. I think it's always nice to have a physical representative there if that's, but in this case, this is asking for a video thing, so I have absolutely no problem with doing a video pre-taped presentation, or if the scheduling works out live, so. But maybe if staff can qualify that it is actually a taped thing, it will work, maybe that's a path forward too, so.
We can confirm that, most certainly.
That would be great.
But we can confirm Councillor Northcott for Caroline on May 27th.
Okay. Great. So we don't need a motion for that, I think it's just do we need a motion for that?
We should have a motion to authorize the attendance.
Okay.
We don't need a motion necessarily for the Reeve to speak on behalf of council for the videos. I think that's part of the duties, but if the council wishes to authorize Councillor Northcott to attend the Caroline ceremonies, that should be confirmed in a resolution.
Okay. So if we can have a motion to that effect, Councillor Cermak?
Sure, I will make a resolution.
Okay.
And we have a whole city to go.
Yeah, can it be a combined one or should it be two separates? Just
one motion.
One motion is fine.
Combining whoever you want to authorize wherever.
Okay. Sure, how about that? That we authorize all of council to attend those ceremonies? Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 6.2. and that is revolving around grant funding for community halls policy.
Yeah, so we got 2 components for our presentation today. One is really just formalizing the annual grant funding for community hall policy. That was brought to council for review as it was a relatively new policy, and administration had made a commitment to review the policy. Council made some small changes or some changes, and so if it's okay with council, I'll just quickly go through a bit of a PowerPoint that underlines some of those changes that we made, just to refresh your memory and take you back a little bit to when we did debate this last on March 8th. And so on March 8th, the council did move to change the community hall grant funding policy from a split rate model to a flat rate model. This meant that all halls will now receive the same level of funding regardless of size, capacity, or activity. Council asked administration to bring back an amended policy to regular meeting where council will decide the funding amount that will be allocated to each hall. Council directed administration to keep the application process the same for 2020 policy, which requests hall associations to send their financials, activity log, 3-year budget, and upcoming expenses, as well as a report on how the previous year's funding was spent. The current funding that we've traditionally provided is $5,000 for the 5 large halls. Those include Condor, Evergreen, Dovercourt, Everdale, and Leslieville, and $2,500 for the 13 smaller halls. Some options that we recommend council consider. Council could allocate a flat rate of $5,000 for all halls. In this way, the large halls do not get a reduction, but the smaller halls will receive an increase. Council could allocate a lesser amount for each hall, for example, $4,000 per hall. This would mean a reduction in the larger hall funding. This may cause for concern as the larger halls have substantially higher operating costs and have been accustomed to the $5,000 level of the grant. Just some information on halls operating costs that might be helpful to council. As we looked at the hall's operating costs pre-COVID, I'll just point out that the numbers that we're going to provide you would maybe considered a little dated. They're all pre-COVID. We didn't feel it fair or appropriate to bring in too much new data, even though we have it, because the halls weren't open. Their expenses were often slightly reduced because they weren't operating, but the revenues were way down. And so we felt it best to look at the 2 or 3 years previous to COVID to give council a fair representation of a normal operating cycle in community hall. The average annual operating costs for the 5 large halls is $21,000 per year. The range is $18,000 to $24,000. The average annual operating cost for the 13 smaller halls is a bit more varied. The bottom of the range is $4,000. The top of the range is $15,000, which shakes out to an average of about $7,600 per hall. So the revenue now is between $20,000 and $45,000 for those 5 large halls, where the average was $32,000. Of course, as we've seen with the expenses, we also see a little bit broader range for the revenue in the smaller halls. That is between $3,000 and $16,000, with the average being $6,700 for the small halls. You can see a summary table there that outlines that as well. We also provided a bit of a table that suggests the possible flat rate funding options for the 18 community halls we have, starting at $2,500 and going up to $5,000. That doesn't limit council to choosing a funding amount greater than $5,000, but council would have to also provide a funding source for that. Administration did include $90,000 in this year's budget to provide council an opportunity for for changing the policy, but we did not include more. So if council wishes to provide greater than $5,000 per hall, they would have to have a discussion about where the funding may come from. We did have a look at other counties' flat rate policies, as we do. Just have a quick look at other municipalities. We found that there was a fairly significant range between what other counties provide as a flat rate amount, and that was typically between $3,500 and $15,000. Other municipalities provide. The average, when you get such a big data set like that, you do got to squint hard to find an average. But I would suggest that average is around 5,000. That's not a secret how we landed on that number. It seems reasonable. Also seems consistent with maybe other municipalities around this. Most counties also retain a bit of a pool for an emergent capital project cost. So administration recommendations, we would recommend an annual amount of $5,000 for each hall. The communications that we had with the large halls that received that funding were typically fairly consistently positive that was a reasonable amount. We did get some feedback from smaller halls that maybe a little bit more would be helpful to them, and so that's why that we've landed on $5,000 flat rate. So $5,000 would allow the large halls to stay at the status quo and the smaller halls to receive a bit extra funding. Also, by giving extra funding to the smaller halls, it could be assumed that a higher level of upkeep could be achieved, which should reduce costs arising from the issues that we're seeing pop up here with code inspection issues. The $90,000 a year needed for this potential plan has been budgeted for 2022 and in the 5-year plan. So we have drafted a new policy that includes the flat rate funding. We ask that council review the draft policy and provide us a direction to move forward. So maybe at this time I'll just pause the PowerPoint sort of discussion, and we'll go straight to the policy itself. You'll see we've taken out any of the reference to size. That caused us issues. There wasn't an apples to apples comparison, and it wasn't necessarily as helpful of a metric to provide this service. So beyond that, the policy is fairly consistent with what was there previous to our presentation council and some tweaks. It still requires accountability from the community halls. It allows for administration to help out with maintenance of society status and things of that nature. It also allows for administrative ease in processing these applications and addressing each community hall. So maybe in the essence of time and not going through the policy line by line, I will maybe just turn it back to the Reeve and council to have a bit of discussion and consider potential motion on this component of the presentation, which is the annual funding for community halls grant. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. And with that, there is a staff recommendation that we move towards the flat rate funding and a suggested amount of $5,000. So I'll go to Councillor Melhoff for comment.
Perfect, thank you, Reeve. At our March 8th meeting, I supported this then, and I'm still in support of this. Community halls are a way that we can directly impact our communities. They're integral to our communities, and I will definitely be in support of this flat rate. I did have a question with regards to the policies, with regards to mention of the emergent funding. I was still hoping that what we had talked about at the March 8th meeting would be continued here as well, to ensure that we have that emergency funding, that I believe it was $50,000, for us to have community halls come up to date and with safety regulations, et cetera.
Yeah, so we are proposing a separate policy.
Okay.
And we would be very excited to present that to council and have a bit of a discussion for some direction next phase of this presentation, so.
Okay, sorry,
Nope.
my mistake.
Perfect, yeah, we're all good.
My understanding is dividing this into two.
Yeah,
two bites.
you will see there is a reference in this policy in section 5. We do make reference to a potential capital grant funding policy right in here, and it's in essence a way to cover large capital projects. So $5,000 is not necessarily a solution to a emergent, non-insured large capital project. So a great example is boilers that heat this facility are no longer functional. We did not plan for this, and $5,000 is not going to cut her. So that is the reference there, and I'll leave the rest sort of the discussion to when we sort of get to that part.
And we have a question online from Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Matt, for the presentation and the reminder. I am in favor of the 5,000 along with what has been proposed. What I would request though is come budget in December, could we get a report as to the number of bookings each individual hall has had, and maybe the operating costs if inflation has indeed raised their level of expenditures, so then we can analyze then whether the $5,000, what kind of an impact it has made, especially post-COVID, if that works.
The answer to that is yes. Yes, we can do that. We do collect all that information, and we can easily organize it in a way that can provide council a little bit of that measuring stick, if you will. It sounds to me like Councillor Swanson is interested in measuring if this is effective, if it's meeting the needs, if it's keeping up with inflation or technology or the changing demographic of our community. And so I think, you know, I'll work with my colleagues on the best sort of opportunity to bring that. Maybe it's strategic plan, maybe it's a CAO report, maybe it is an agenda item to council. I will sort of defer that to our interim CAO and leadership team for further discussion, but we have that data, and it's useful data for us, and I'd imagine could be useful data to council, so we'll find a way to get that to you.
Thank you. And again, it's not immediate, but I'm thinking more towards budget so we can, at the end of the year. Thank you.
And it is my understanding that the process would still be continuing with the individual community halls, going through an application process, submitting the information that'd be useful to report back to council on how they had used that funding, and you know, kind of some basic financials so we get a good understanding of the need that's out there for each area.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, you know, you may not get that individualized, and you know, this community hall's exact expenses and their Fortis bill is this. You know, we may not be able to go into that level of detail, and it may not be appropriate to go into that level of detail in a public forum. But what we can do is provide you some data like we've done here, which maybe breaks it down in a little more workable fashion, where we can make a decision based on an aggregated amount of information. So we'll work on that, and it may be in just a nice metric to have ongoing as just a little bit of a lay of the land or health of our rural community. I think community halls are a little bit of a early warning system or a early success indicator, depending on which side of the situation we're on. So I do see some value, you know, this coming up budget cycle, but also maybe in perpetuity, to just make sure council's got an eyeball on community halls yearly. So I think we're happy to start maybe providing that consistently, and exactly how the data looks and what data we can be flexible on to make sure that we're providing what council wants to see.
Thank you for that, and I think it's very useful to have that feedback from the community as well, if the intent and purpose of the policy and program is meeting the needs of the community as well. That's ultimately a deciding factor for me. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. If council is willing, I'd like to make a motion on this.
Go ahead, please.
That council approves the policy and procedure with amendments at a flat rate of 5,000 funding for the community halls.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Councillor Melhoff basically covered it already, so I am ready to vote.
Okay. Any further discussions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 2.
Great, thank you, council, for that. If we can maybe transition back into our PowerPoint, and we can get right into the next sort of phase or part of what we're here today to do, which is to talk about funding stream for capital and non-insured emergent costs. Of course, as we have discussed, and being I think a little bit orientated to by our finance manager in the past, which is we do provide insurance service for certain components of insured risk with community halls through additionally named insurer policy. And so what we're talking about today, when we talk about emergent costs, is non-insurable emergent costs, like the boiler scenario I mentioned. That's typically, unless the boiler was damaged into a flood or a fire. If it was just sort of, we sure hoped it would give us 5 more years, but it didn't. As we all sort of wish and hope in our house for the furnace and the the motor in our tractor. It's the same for community halls, and so that's sort of the scenario. That's not the only scenario. A leaky roof might sneak up on us, and the roofs on these community halls are big, and if it wasn't damaged by wind or hail, that wouldn't be an insurable cost. It would just be a tough pill for a rural volunteer board to have to swallow, and we're the first sort of place they go to, whether we got a policy or not. We know that from history, so we like to be prepared here, and we like to be able to serve quickly. And so this policy allows administration the ability to react. If we're in the winter and the boiler goes down, meaning we got hours, maybe days, to try to solution this to protect the integrity of what's in that community hall and the foundation and things. So this would be a way to do that for council. And so funding stream for capital emergent costs, council has direct administration to start annual hall inspections to update maximum occupant loads with a provision for funding should emergent costs arise. So the other component that we're discussing here would be a pool of money to allow us to bring these facilities up to code. And we would, potentially use that pool for both purposes. So, council may wish to look at 2 options for how to proceed with this policy. Currently, there's $40,000 pool in the community budget that is reserved for unforeseen capital projects. Administration and council have addressed the issue of upgrading the occupants' load certificates for all county halls, and each of these will have to come with an inspection. 2 or 3 halls would be inspected per year, potentially. It is expected that required upgrades will come to light after these inspections, and council directed inspiration to build a policy that will allow for funds to be set aside for hall associations and emergent repairs and upgrades as they are brought forward by fire personnel. An amount of $50,000 has been tentatively budgeted for this specific policy. So how we would potentially look at using this fund for both a emergent code upgrade and or an emergent boiler we would very much plan out our work, and we would sort of save a component of this pool for emergent sort of outcomes towards the last of the budget cycle. And if that point we're not seeing or hearing any potential, that last bit of the pool would be then used to do some code upgrades. So, you know, certainly doing all the code upgrade work in January, February would be certainly efficient in our work planning. If we did have a boiler go down in November, that would challenge us. So what we would do is save a reasonable component of this and do, you know, some of that code stuff later in the budget cycle if we were, you know, sort of comfortable that we weren't going to get a bit of a emerging situation. So this isn't a, you know, our infrastructure department sort of manages pools of maintenance money in this way. And we think that in conjunction with the fire services department that we can sort of balance that. And we think that would be an efficient way of having you know, a pool of money sit there for use, but also go to work for us to upgrade the halls sort of at the end of the season. So I hope that's kind of clear. It's a little bit of a dual use budget fund, but we think that'll work for us. Capital emergent costs proposal, option 1. A possible outcome may be to join the existing 40,000 budget line for emergent capital projects and the newly proposed 50,000 for inspections. And that would sort of be the outcome that I had just proposed to you. Of course, the other option would be to leave those pools separate. Sort of now strands the emergent costs, doesn't allow us to leverage that to bring things up to code quicker potentially. And so that's why administration is recommending option 1, which pools those two together. We do hope that it would be a diminishing program as we bring community halls up to code. We would need less budget to fund potential emergent. We've always had a pool of emergent funding. In the past, it was set aside and it would be used at council's discretion. And as I pointed out at the start, it's not the most ideal scenario because that could be maybe a week, 2 weeks of lag time. Policy authorizing us to disperse that funding would serve our community halls better. And combining them, as I mentioned, would serve us better eventually when we bring all the community halls up to code, and then combine that with our consistent funding model we just talked about. Our hopes are we don't, and in conjunction with our goals of working closer with the community halls to make sure that we don't fall a little bit that, you know, we're doing these upgrades as they come, and that'll include a closer relationship with fire as well, that eventually that 90,000 could maybe diminish down to a $40,000 just emergent cost fund that may or may not get utilized in any given year. If there's no emergency boilers that fall apart, we surplus that fund at the end of the year and say, great, this was what it was intended for, insurance that may or may not be necessary. I think, you know, that sort of explains each option. So we are asking council to provide us direction on that potential situation. You may also wish to address the proposed funding amounts, though at this point we do feel that's a reasonable amount, and you know, we would potentially provide some feedback at budget time whether that amount needs to be increased or decreased. Once council has provided us a little bit of clarity and direction on a couple of those policy points, we would be bringing this back again as we did with the last policy, just to confirm the new policy, the direction you gave us today, and ask for a approval of that policy, and then it'll go live, if you will, and we would be prepared to action some of these code issues this season. So I think that's everything we wanted to sort of address with council, and we'll turn it back over to the Reeve and council for discussion and direction. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. I agree that those amounts are reasonable, and I think option 1 gives the most flexibility to be able to support the community halls.
And I will be going to Councillor Swanson after Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In our strategic plan, one of our priorities was to do asset management. And even though these are not our direct assets, these are community assets, we are supporting them, and this is a way to help with that continued asset management going forward. As you said, we can see issues before they arise and hopefully help mitigate problems going forward. And yeah, maybe a bumpy few years in order to get on kind of a cycle of, hey, this boiler is now 15 years old, like trying to get on that replacement cycle of things. But hopefully this will help manage that much better and is in line with one of our priorities.
Bring up a really good point. And I would love to just add to that for a minute, in the sense that you're right, these are a community asset. And they are community ran while there is a community to run it, or people there to run it. Now, when they become defunct, we know they become our issues. We've seen 2 examples of defunct community halls that became our issue. And so, yes, they are a community asset in the sense of not belonging to us, but we hold the bag. And so I agree, stepping into supporting and incentivizing better asset management does keep us from the issues of having these dilapidated buildings now fall on our lap, orphaned properties because societies have went defunct, land titles are now orphaned, and that's not an easy way, as we've been venturing through the Oris and Tidey situations, 2 defunct community halls that we've invested a fair amount of resources, legal and otherwise, to try to get those assets back under community control, just to have the properties maintained for weeds and grass and things. So asset management is an important thing to consider. And though these aren't our assets today, if they dilapidate, there will be our problems tomorrow. So thank you for pointing that out.
And I'll go to Division 7.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff kind of beat me to the point about asset management. That was on my list too. But in the past, we have had a summer meeting, an annual meeting, where all the community halls did get together to talk about the insurance, go over the insurance requirement. And maybe that was an opportunity for these hall communities to network together to enable their societies to promote one another. And so I'm assuming now that we're kind of in the post-COVID that this is going to resume. And did we ever do site visits for the insurance, or is that just left up to our assessor?
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you for those comments and that question. The community hall meeting, which has traditionally been focused a lot on the insurance component. It's sort of a requirement by our insurance company to have that maybe every other year. But as Councillor Swanson, I think, alluded to, it's become an important meeting to provide other learning options. And so beyond the asset management, risk management kind of stuff that the insurance companies do, pre-COVID, we were starting to bridge the gaps of other valuable information, and we brought some grant funding experts in, because revenue, gathering grants was super important. The asset management stuff beyond insurance, that's another one we've identified as a way we could help. So maybe forms they could use to do inspections and log sort of maintenance, or life expectancies. So often the new community hall board doesn't know the boiler is 15 years old, because they took over from a community hall board that sort of went away, and nobody knows when that boiler was done. So that bit of documentation might be helpful. We are planning this fall for a community hall meeting, and we are planning to continue on now in a post-COVID world at strengthening those meetings, and that type of feedback that Councillor Swanson, both as a councillor talking with folks, but also a member of a community hall board in the past and maybe in the future, That's good information for us to have, and we're always talking with our community halls to learn where they're challenged and where we might be able to add value. So there was a second component of that question. Did I? The inspections. So at this moment, our insurance representatives are available to come at any at the request of each community hall. They are very good at coming out and providing some assistance on how to risk manage and things like that. At this point, we haven't required it, though staff are doing assessments on community halls routinely, both the recreation components of the property, but also the community halls themselves. And so we're very much trying to get boots on the ground and tick some boxes on each property hall every year. And that'll be something we continue to do as well, to try to just make sure that we're aware when they call us, we know what we're talking about, but also if we can see any risks that we can help with on a fairly sort of speedy type timeline. So I hope that answered the questions, Councillor Swanson. Thank you for asking them.
Councillor Cermak.
A few questions. The cost of the individual inspections, who doesn't? And is it kind of like a home inspection on each of the halls?
Yeah, so I think now actually what we're maybe thinking about was the fire inspections. So I just quickly back up. If that was Councillor Swanson's questions, we have not started the fire inspections. They are very much waiting to work with us and be helpful. Now, there's some community halls that needed possible inspections for permitting or liquor licensing and things, and if that's necessary now, certainly fire services is providing them service as they do, you know, any business or any under any required need. The cost of the actual inspection, there is not a cost of the actual inspection to the community hall, though in a lot of instances there's costs associated with the requirements that are identified in the inspection. And those are diverse and, you know, can be related to the commercial kitchens or the way a door swings or all sorts of safety related, and not necessarily just fire, but also to be able to get out, you know, and so these are not burdensome. These are important to the safety of all of us that enjoy these community halls, and we definitely want to improve the safety and functionality of our community halls, but also we want to meet the legislation and the requirements the best we can, but not burdening a volunteer organization that is doing their very best. So it's a balance. We very much appreciate the fire services willingness to work with us in the community halls to find that balance. But we are hopeful that we can start solutioning some of the most pressing and prioritized problems that or challenges that we see out there. And those priorities, should council approve this, we will be sitting down with our fire professionals and we will work together to identify the priorities, and those will be the places we start. And this is a long-term 3, 4, 5 year potential, doing 2 or 3 community halls at a time before we will get to a certain level where everybody's at the same standard. And then that's when we hope that the fund can start diminishing and we can get on a regular cycle to have inspections done regularly, not just upon request or when a permit is needed, but a regular XYZ timeframe, and then any future deficiencies will be 1 or 2, not 8 or 10.
Supplementary?
What about the building code? Because this is just fire you're talking about.
Sure.
I'm kind of concerned about foundations, roof collapsing, that sort of stuff. Do we do that, or is there a building inspector that would go about and do that too with the fire inspector?
Yes to, I think, all those questions. We do work, so typically a building code inspection is really relative to a change often. Now, I think you can sort of make a request if you wish. We do work with an architect, and if need be, we will address or provide that service to a community hall that feels they are deficient. And so that sort of assessment can and will be part of this process if need be. We'll address those deficiencies at the same time. It doesn't really matter whose code it is. If there's a safety issue, we'll bring that up to speed and should council approve this policy. So yes, the answer to those questions would be yes. Yep.
Thank you.
And I guess a comment I might have, the benchmark for me is always if it's providing for a safe community, and these halls are definitely part of our community. So whether it's code related or whether it's accessibility or whether it's just to reach some sort of a deficit that really speaks to the safety of the public using these facilities, I think that's an appropriate budget line. And I also might comment that there might be a nice reporting part if these two funds are kept separate, but I think that might be overshadowed by just the additional red tape and the lack of flexibility. So I would be supportive of having a combined fund of these two amounts. So it allows more flexibility and being more responsive to the needs of the community. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. If it pleases council, I am ready to make a motion that council direct administration to draft a policy and procedure surrounding the capital emergency cost policy option 1 and bring back to council when that is completed for approval.
Is that sufficient?
That's everything we ever hoped for.
Okay. Any further comment from council? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, council.
And I think that takes us down the line. You've been very patient waiting as I jump all up back and forth on the agenda here. So we'll go back to item 5, and it's more specifically item 5.2, and I believe that is some information around the West Country development nodes.
Good morning, council. In 2006 and 2007, Clearwater County and the province entered into a memorandum of understanding, MOU, to set aside 5 development nodes containing public land for tourism, recreation, and tourism-related business development. The 5 nodes are Saunders Alexo, Nordic, Shonda, Colite, Bighorn Canyon, and White Goat Lakes. The MOU requires the creation and adoption of area structure plans prior to any development occurring. Over the past several years, there has been an increasing interest from developers to invest in these nodes. However, the lack of ISPs has impeded any growth. Planning staff has met several times with the province, being last year and this year, and there is an interest to resuscitate or to retake this this endeavor to prepare these ASPs for these nodes. The main one that we're thinking is Saunders Alexo, which is one of the higher priority ones. We already have a conceptual planning along as well as a campground plan, which was completed in 2020. So a lot of work has been already done for this ASP. All the engineering and concept plans and everything has been done. So it's just basically the last push to complete this one. And the other one is the White Goat Lakes. We also have a conceptual planning completed in 1999. The other 3 nodes will be done on a phased approach. The completion of these ASPs was not budgeted for this year. As a result, planning staff is respectfully requesting the amount of $60,000 to complete the Saunders Alexo and White Goat Lakes ASPs. Part of these funds are expected to be recuperated from the province. Usually when they partner with a county, the costs go half and half. So we are expecting to recuperate half of those costs. And that's my request.
Okay. Questions from council? I'll go to Councillor Melhoff.
Perfect, thank you. Why the budget change? Do we not have the capacity within our planning staff, or are we contracting this out? Just some outline around the budget request.
That is the intention, to contract this out. And also the provincial political environment is really good at this time to complete this project before any election that might happen in the near future. So we're thinking that the timing is right to do this. And the province is really interested. We have a lot of developers knocking at our doors. Even the province wants to have something in place so they can direct developers to these areas.
Will this go out for an RFP?
It will go to that.
And Councillor Swanson.
Well, I'm really excited to see this come, and because I know since I've been on council, this has been something that we've been asking the government for a long time. What I'm concerned about is this council has been spending a lot of time and energy in and around the Nordegg, and I'll just say I'm disappointed that there's two other nodes that come before the Nordegg node. We are spending a lot of considerable money. And so in regards to the return on investment, I'm curious as to why the government wouldn't be supporting doing the Nordegg node first versus the White Goat and the Alexo Saunders, because that's where all the action seems to be happening. And it just seems prudent to be able to have that planning go hand in hand with all the new construction and the new energies that are surrounding Nordegg. So maybe Jose can point me or maybe offer comment on that from the government side.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Riaz.
So the main reason why they are pointing, to these nodes is because half the work has already been done. So the engineering has been done, all the concept plan has been done, and it's just basically the last push to complete these ones. Whereas the one in Nordegg, we're going to have to start from scratch, and you're looking at a significant investment for that ASP.
Go ahead, please.
So since that this is where they want to continue to finish up those two particular ASB plans for White Goat and for Alexo Saunders, this council hasn't seen those particular concept plans as of yet. Could we have a look at that first so that we can offer comment in regards to the ASB development plans? Or is this strictly coming as a downward direction from this is what AAP would like?
As we move along the process, opportunities for council, like these plans are not written on stone. They were done 20 years ago, and we can expect some changes being done. So as we move along in the process, absolutely council would be a main stakeholder on this process. But absolutely, if you want to see them, but I don't know how relevant they might be at this point in time, being that 20 years has passed.
Okay. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Just a little bit more. For the development nodes, is it for recreational development or residential development, or maybe what's just some more details on exactly the development nodes would consist of? What would be there?
Maybe I can defer that to Jared, who's been talking to developers all the time.
The idea of these development nodes were back when the county inherited Nordegg. The province recognized that Nordegg itself was not large enough to be able to hold all the future recreation services that would be required. So the province designated 5 development nodes that would allow for mostly campground development. Because campgrounds take up a lot of space, and that's really what the target is. There's potential for recreation, so they may be launch points for OHV rentals or mountain bike rentals or equestrian centers as well, but it's all recreation focused. And Saunders-Alexo, as has been said, has already had significant planning done. One of the reasons why it's the Bighorn and Nordegg itself may actually take quite a bit longer is the amount of First Nations consulting that's going to happen with where those are located. Whereas White Goat is a little bit further away and honestly only has room for a couple more businesses at best. Whereas Saunders-Alexo is, if I recall correctly, it's very close to a whole quarter section of area that the province has designated. So there's a lot of potential there. Plus it being right off the highway for access makes it, well, all the investors I get calls from, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for 10 to 20 acres to be able to do trappers tents, yurts, and a variety of things, to RV camping. And Saunders-Alexo allows, in addition to the planning that's already done, room-wise, it's the most readily developable.
Mr. Riaz?
Just to add to that, it's also really close to the trail, to the Rocky Nordic Trail. We need some amenities in between. So that will be a natural stop for people to camp and branch out into the country.
And as I recall, much of the rationale behind our investment in Nordegg itself was to be a service center to these development nodes as well. That was much of the rationale, if I recall correctly. I'm going to go to Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just looking for some information on return for our investment. How does tax base work with development nodes that are then, they're owned by the province? So these businesses that are going into these nodes, is our return on investment being the extra tourism we're getting for those area usage, or do we get the tax base from those businesses?
We actually, the tax base. So the way that would work is similar to other municipal campgrounds basically that we run that are on Crown land. Whereas we have a certain level of responsibility, we would lease them out to private companies and go that way. They would put into development of their campground itself, and we would get the property taxes from that. But we're at the point right now where we need to have an area structure plan that the province can agree with before they would agree to handing responsibility for that property over to us. And once they agreed that we will take care of that land with the plan that we have, that's when we'll do the agreement on how to recover and cost share on perhaps the intersection and so on. But first they have to see a plan that they agree with.
Thank you for that. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I guess for me now, seeing that the area structure plans that we want to put in place there, and we do have some concept plans. And as Jose has mentioned, these are already 20 years old, that we now have a current strategic plan. And that would be my, I guess the guiding document for these area structure plans is that it coincides with our strategic plan. If we are the ones going to be taking care of it, and that maybe, again, is that council will have that opportunity to do some input once you get down the road a little bit. So I just want to make sure that our guiding document aligns with the future development that the AEP or the government wants to see out there as well. So we don't want to be just at opposite ends kind of a thing.
And maybe I can be corrected in this, but I believe our current MDP does have some jurisdiction within or putting energies towards area structure plans in a number of areas, and I assume this would be one of those areas that would be appropriate.
That is correct, Riff.
Okay, thank you.
And we will be the administrators also for all the permits that come in and for enforcement, and we are basically on charge, but we will own the land. That's the only difference.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I think this is something we need to do. We've been waiting 20 years for some of these sites to be able to actually begin working on them. So I'm prepared to make the motion that the council reallocate $60,000 to complete the Saunders-Alexo and White Goat Lakes area structure plans, and that these funds come from contingency as recommended by staff.
Mr. Hagan?
With due respect, I believe not all of the 60,000 would come from contingency. I suggest that we can recognize the grant revenue within budget. So I would suggest $30,000 increase in grant revenue within the budget and decreasing the contingency budget by 30,000 for the total 60,000 expenditure.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, is the grant confirmed at this time?
No, the grant is not confirmed at this time, but budget is a planning tool. And I suggest that we recognize it within budget. If the grant was subsequently declined, then we would come back with another budget adjustment to recognize that.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
And
Adjustment.
thank you for that. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you. What's the timeline for these? So if we are doing these area structure plans, what's the timeline that we could have our EO out there selling lots or leases or however the recovery of that tax base can happen?
Being optimistic, I think we can complete these ASPs early next year. And after that, we can negotiate with the province. So maybe we're looking at next summer.
Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
A little bit more on to Councillor Melhoff's comment there, but for the development of these nodes, when would the, I know it's a little bit of a, when would you suspect that the completion of the development of those nodes could be completed? And what would be the estimated cost to develop those nodes? I know it's a little bit of a far out question, but.
Yeah, maybe. It will be basically funded by the private sector. So for us, it wouldn't be any cost. The only cost will be to prepare the planning documents. And there's also one improvement that needs to be done on Highway 11 for the Saunders-Alexo, but we can still negotiate that with the province. If you need to.
But it is the province's land. And so once we develop an ASP, they still have to go through their approval process of saying that they agree with that and then develop an agreement with us for handing over the responsibility for that area. So this is not a next year or even a 2-year thing.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if there was maybe an estimated cost for site grading, like just an overall, I mean, it would, the project budget could totally vary, but if just a rough.
And that's what the ASP would help us understand as well.
I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I may have missed this, you guys may have touched on it already. Do the nodes become deeded to the county? Okay.
So my understanding is that this creates a plan that the province can view and see if it's in alignment with what they see as being appropriate for that area. We're not actually suggesting that we are going to develop this. This is a planning document for that node. Is that accurate, or am I somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
There may be some highway
And that's
intersection that would be a partnership between the town and the county, but beyond that, really the goal is hopefully to have private.
Between the province and the county, or?
Yeah.
It would probably be the province and the county, I would believe.
Sorry.
So again, we do have that motion on the table to allocate the funds to do this area structure plan. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Working down the list, and we work into 5.3, which is population and demographics update. And I think Mr. Pratt.
Okay, thank you. This is one with a lot of charts. Stats Canada released their 2021 population data back in, I think, February, late February, but the age breakdowns just came out 2 weeks ago. And as council's making various plans, I wanted, just for information, be able to provide some of the trends that's going on within Clearwater County and the region regarding our age breakdown. So I'd actually like to jump to, if it's possible, some of the graphs that are a little bit later in the report. The first graph shows that the county population for 10 years, well, honestly, for about 20 years has been relatively flat. We've not seen significant growth, and by that I mean in comparison to some of our surrounding municipalities, and especially comparison to the province, which in the same time period grew 40% in population, whereas we grew, at our best, we grew about 2% over 10 years, and we've shrunk 2% over the last 10 years. But to the better understanding is not just the flat population, but the current age breakdown. So the second graph, the blue bars there, if you take a look at all three, and these are broken down into 5-year age groups, all three of the largest are 55 to 59, 60 to 64, and 65 to 69, which puts a lot of concentration into one age segment of our county. Those would be the baby boomers, a little bit actually on the younger baby boomers, but you can see it sort of as a wave that's rolled through. If we go, I think we'll skip the next two graphs and we'll go to the groupings, the age groups. So these are done, right there, thank you. So these are done in 15-year age increments, and I think this is probably the best representation of what our age is doing. So we've seen a lot of change, and this has been not just, I know a lot of people tend to think in the immediate past, so COVID, which has been very impactful, but the reality is we have some long-term trends here. So the blue graphs, the blue bars start in 1996 and going across to the right, green bars are 2021. And we can see that over 25 years, we have dropped in youth. And then in the 16 to 29 year bracket, we've seen in particular, we were flat for a while, but over the last 10 years, we've been dropping in that age category as well. 30 to 44, we've been dropping. I was actually quite surprised in the 45 to 59 year category. I did not think that we would drop this much in the last couple of years, but that is, again, reflected to what's been going on within our industry. Since 2008, the financial crash of 2008 that caused some real heartburn for a lot of oil and gas companies, they laid off 30 to 40% of their staff across Alberta, and in the process started closing regional offices and really streamlining and using technology more. We saw a boom in 2009, 2014 in the oil and gas sector, but they were not reopening regional offices in that process. And after 2014, the reality is the last 8 years have been very difficult for oil and gas industry. We not only saw large layoffs, again, 30 to 40% of all labor, that's head office in Calgary, but also regionally. We saw quite a few laid off over 2014 and 2016. And then early in the pandemic, March of 2020, is when I believe oil actually dropped to a negative number for a couple of days, which just froze everybody up, and again, another round of layoffs. It's only been the last 6 months that we've seen increased demand for these. But with 3 major layoffs in a very difficult period of time for multiple years, there's a lot of companies that are operating very, very leanly and using technology in order to get a lot of work done, and centralization that they, back in 2008, they weren't using at that time. And I keep talking oil and gas because that's really our largest industry, largest employer as an industry sector in our area. And I think we're seeing that reflected in our age groups here. The people that are in their 20s, 30s, 40s just don't have those jobs locally. And and I want to stress, this is not just a Clearwater County problem. This is an all of rural Alberta problem. We're lucky because we have agriculture, we have tourism, we have forestry, and we have oil and gas. There's a lot of communities across Alberta that only have agriculture and oil and gas. And so they've been really seeing some extremes hit them. So these are the numbers. Also related, the graph directly below, we saw over a 25-year time period where our median age changed from 34 years to 46 years. So in 25 years, our median age of the population increased half a year per year, which is actually pretty dramatic aging for what was once a very, very young area. I also have some graphs more on the region. By region, that includes the 3 First Nations, Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and all of Clearwater County. When you group us all together, our 2021 population is almost as low as the 2001 population was 20 years ago. And again, the age breakdown throughout the whole region is our largest groupings are 55 to 59 and 60 to 64. So back to the information at the beginning of the presentation, is what are the impacts of these changes? And it is changed, and it's happening around us, it's happening to us to an extent. And sometimes we can get caught up just in the oil industry or in various different things and miss what's going on around us. I'll share just the personal thing. I used to be in charge of community halls and cemeteries. And when we held those community hall meetings or cemetery meetings, the constant comment from many of those very dedicated volunteers was that younger people aren't volunteering the way they used to. But the truth is, we actually have a lot fewer younger people to volunteer than there had been before. And that gets reflected in a lot of ways. So I'm just going to go quickly through some of the impacts here for when people under 45 and under, when there's fewer of them, we see fewer people in schools. And I think that's reflected in the amalgamation of 3 of our schools going down to 2 and the potential for 2 elementary schools in Rocky being combined into 1. Fewer children in sports, drama clubs, agriculture clubs. I was part of the highway cleanup this weekend, and we were always jealous of the 4-H club because they had so many people out on Highway 11. They were walking 4 abreast and so on. The last couple of years, they haven't had quite as many. And I think we even saw the amalgamation of the 2 main 4-H clubs over the last couple of years as well, because fewer youth. Fewer teens and young adults for frontline entry-level jobs and apprenticeships, and we've been seeing that for a number of years. Fewer 20 to 45-year-old residents as employees for any type of job, and right now in particular, all the restaurants are trying to find people, lots of companies are trying to find people. And what we've seen over the last several years, not just in the COVID years, but even before that, we saw a lot of those young people move away looking for work because oil work wasn't readily available. Also impacting, and this is something for long term, if we don't have those younger people, especially 30s and 40s, there's fewer of them available to start businesses and fewer of them then that employ people. We saw in the baby boomers, if you take a look at so many of the large companies that we think of that are locally grown, they are baby boomer age because they were started in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. And when we have fewer of that population available to start businesses, that impacts us. Fewer younger families looking to buy or build houses, and those are family houses. Less need for family housing or first-time affordable housing like apartments or townhouses. which we've had a shortage of in the past. Doctors and healthcare changes its focus from family care towards seniors care, and there are some different services there. There's less need for child services, less need for children's stores like clothing, sports and hobbies, and fewer volunteers under 60 years old for service programs. And I'm not trying to be all negative with this, I'm just trying to talk about the impacts of what these changes happen. So we've seen a decrease in people under 45, but we've seen an increase in people over 60. And in the last year, we have to remember that this census was taken in May and June of 2021. Since then, we've had a growth, and this is more COVID related. We have seen a lot of people who are retired moving from BC and Ontario moving to our area, which is great. They're wanting to spend their retirement years in a beautiful place setting close to, a good distance from Red Deer and Calgary and Edmonton, easy to get to. But it does have impacts as we see more people over 60. There's more demand for a variety of healthcare services like doctors, physical rehabilitation, ophthalmology, and home care. And not all of those services are readily available here, but there is demand for them. More demand for providing mobility services like rides to doctor's appointments or shopping. I'm on the board for West Country Family Services, and their 2 vehicles that take people to medical appointments are basically at capacity. And they're getting requests from other seniors asking, well, I need somebody to take me to go shopping. But our vehicles are busy taking people to doctor's appointments, and we can't fill that other need that is there as well. Increase in single-person homes. This is something, as the population ages, children move away, we see a lot of seniors that still stay in their acreage or family farm, for example, in the county, but it's only one person instead of 30 years ago it was 4 or 5 people in that same home. It's more care for them, but it's also, it's a lot of work, but it's, for them personally, it's cheaper to still stay in the home they already own. More demand for services to care for properties, like a house or yard. More demand for varying levels of seniors housing, which is different from family housing. They don't like basements or second stories, for example, whereas families do. More demand for professional services that may be lacking employees. A lot of those might be healthcare related. Some of those are, not quite sure, but again, if we have a staff shortage because we don't have a lot of young people, that means there's fewer young people to provide those services to the older people that are in need of them. More demand for social activities built for and around seniors, especially dealing with isolation and mental illness. Just because somebody's living alone in a house that may not be close to town, and they're not up for driving into town every day, because their vision might not be that great that day or for whatever reason, there can set in isolation very easily, and with that isolation often can come some mental illness, and there will be an increase in demand for those kind of programs that help with that. Impacting to businesses, less demand for groceries and restaurants. I'll say, because I talk with management at the co-op on a regular basis, and they do say seniors do like to hang out in their cafeterias or wherever for a long time, but they're not buying lunch and supper there. They're buying a cup of coffee and maybe one other small thing, and then they're hanging out for 2 or 3 hours. That doesn't generate income for the co-op or for whatever restaurant, and that's reflected. And there's less demand for vehicles, because usually when people retire, they try to buy a really good vehicle and then make it last for 10 or 12, 15 years, hoping to have it that whole time. There's an increased demand for programs like Meals on Wheels or delivering other essential services or products to home. And associated with that, fewer youth, young people, but increased seniors. There may be a decline in use of community amenities like skating rinks, swimming pools, and also community private businesses like movie theaters. You don't see retirees going to movie theaters nearly as often, or bowling or so on. So the ripple effect of what honestly is an aging community is pretty broad. There was a book written, Boom Bust Echo, back in I think 1996 by Dr. David Foote, and he said, you can basically forecast the needs of a community 30 years out when you know what the demographics are today. How many kids there are today determines what the needs are in 20 or 30 years. And across all of Canada, population shows that we have an aging population. Rural Alberta is actually somewhat reflective of rural Saskatchewan was 30 and 40 years ago. And we're seeing the ripple effect of that. From an economic development point of view, an aging population usually means an increased demand for a variety of services that are often government or government agency related, and a possible decrease in demand for a variety of services that are usually private businesses. Much of rural Alberta has been going through this over the last 10 or 15 years. This is not just in the last 2 years. This is a longer 10, 15, honestly since 2008. That changed everything for oil and gas in particular. And so it's been a longer term trend, similar to rural Saskatchewan throughout the 70s all the way to the 90s, and even the maritime provinces since the 70s. Our greatest opportunity for us lies in our geography and land. We have a great distance to the major centers, but a great distance to the mountains and our rivers, natural resources for development. We have good weather and plenty of land to enable business and people to thrive on it if we actually want to plan for that. And I emphasize this as we continue the discussion for the MDP and the council's strategy. If we're looking to try to attract young people, really, in order for businesses to invest here, we need young people with the skills that make it worth it for the businesses to be here. So there's a lot of interrelated parts. The people need places to live, the businesses need places to develop, and they grow together or they shrink together, honestly. I present this as information, but I just hoping council understands a lot of the impacts and the way it changes their picture. A lot of people that I talk to, nostalgia can color the way a lot of things are. And there's a lot of people in Leslieville, for example, that remember the fond days of grocery stores and lumber yards and so on. But that's been a long time ago. When we first moved here 14 years ago, the Shoppers Drug Mart corner was just being built and they put in the new lights there. And there was a lot of people that went through those red lights and they said, because I'm not used to the lights being there yet. It sounds dangerous to me, but people get used to thinking about things the way they were and still think they are today. The stats show our population is different today than it used to be. When I was here 14 years ago, when we moved here 14 years ago, Rockiel was maxed out. The basement was full of the French immersion class. My kindergarten kids were in the back in the modular homes. Today there are 0 kids in the basement and the modular homes are gone. And the two elementary schools in Rocky are looking at amalgamating because they're at under capacity. And we saw that in the county with our schools there as well. I'm not trying to say it's bad. I'm trying to say it's changed, and if we have directions and goals that we want to achieve, we have to acknowledge where the things are today so we can work with them as we go forward. That's my mouthful.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. One comment or question I would have, is this a trend we're seeing in comparable municipalities, or is this something that's more specific to us?
No, this all across rural Alberta. They're facing it. Even municipalities that were growing steadily, and I say that in comparison because the truth is our area throughout the booms of early 2001 through 2014, we didn't grow very fast. The realtors tell me we didn't grow because we didn't have places for people or businesses to build. That it has an impact. And other places around us did grow. We can't do a comparison with Sylvan Lake because that's a totally different market. But comparing to Drayton Valley, Olds, Stellar, there's some good comparisons there. And the truth is, in this last census period, Olds that had been growing quite steadily didn't grow. And I think that's very reflective of what's happening in oil and gas in particular. But before that, Olds grew quite a lot. If you compare the 2001 stats for Rocky Mountain House and Olds, Rocky Mountain House was larger than Olds in 2001. And when you drove into Rocky Mountain House, it had a certain look to it. If you drive into Olds today, it does not look the same as it did in 2001. If you drive into Rocky Mountain House today, it looks a lot like it did in 2001. And there's reasons for that. But we didn't grow when a lot of other communities did. But we are seeing Hinton having, just in the last 5 years, it didn't grow. There's other places. Stellar has been shrinking. It's a rural Alberta problem. But the truth is, COVID brought it even more to light, because as younger people in particular were trying to find work, and they couldn't find them in the rural areas because so many places weren't doing apprenticeships anymore. Restaurants were open and then closed and open and closed. Hotels were going through the same thing. Those young people moved to the cities where they could find stuff. I know, I talk with a lot of businesses, and I've heard multiple ones of them say, oh, young people are staying at home, they're living on CERB. Well, the truth is, those that were wanting to work had to move away, a lot of them did, in order to find it. My oldest was one of those, unfortunately. I'd like him to come back, but he was finding work and then school elsewhere. We can attract them back, but we have to have places for them to live, and we have to have jobs for them to come to. And not just frontline jobs, it's gotta be career jobs, things that they can actually grow and support their families with long term.
Well, thank you for that. I think it always drives home the importance of planning for growth, planning for those economic drivers, and reducing the amount of red tape, and making it a region that's more attractive to all levels, all people, and yeah, for sure. Any questions from council? Well, thank you again for your presentation. I think we're looking for a, Council Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Definitely appreciate the presentation. Just maybe another perspective to look at things. But I know if you look at Alberta's population, I think probably from 1905, I think there's about 180,000 people. Now we're at 4.5 million or right around in there. That's pretty close, right? So there's been lots of growth. I know in the MDP, the one presentation there, between Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and Clearwater County, so the three municipalities combined, I can't remember the years, but it did show about a 20% growth in the area, which was close to, I think, 4,500 people. I just wish I could remember the dates, but I can't. But I do know that it did show about a 20% growth. With the volunteers, I think there are less volunteers, but I think society has a lot of red tape, a lot of regulation, and the cost of living has really went up. So now, rather than people having time to volunteer, I think they're spending more time trying to make ends meet by having to have an additional job. The daycare in Caroline, a lot of daycares and stuff like that for childcare, they're quite full. I know the one in Caroline is. So there's lots of little ones running around. The real estate market, if we were losing lots of people, I think there would be a lot more land for sale, but I think in the current status, there's not really, pretty much anything that sort of comes up for sale sells quite quickly. And I also think maybe a little bit of the lack of labor and qualified staff to work at businesses is, I think the government's created a lot of executive roles in society, and that's consumed a lot of people that could work for private sector business and stuff. But so even, I don't know, I guess one other thing in the other, just one previous presentation, they have to do a course on how to set up electric fences, which I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny to have to take a course to be able to set up an electric fence. But anyways, that's my comments and my perspective. Thank you very much.
Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for that information. It really points out the work ahead of us, and I guess helps sharpen our priorities. Different generations have changing expectations of what they want from life. Have you seen any studies of that, you know, project those changes into the future and how they might impact, you know, the factors we should consider?
A lot of younger people today, well, I'll start with the older generations. A lot of people worked and were really dedicated to work. And what we're seeing with younger people today, it's not that they're not dedicated to work, but they have a very definite split. Work is work, but as soon as I'm off the job, I'm not beholden to work anymore. I am playing or recreating, whatever that might be. And so the truth is they want to live close to what they enjoy rather than living close to work. And I think we're seeing that in relation to even in oil and gas with people under, let's say under 40 years old. They would rather have somebody commute from Red Deer out here to where they're working so they can enjoy all the amenities that are in Red Deer, whether it's shopping or swimming pools or whatever else that might be there. Because that's their life and they have a very definite split. The last 2 years, there's been a lot of people for a decade trying to push for remote work so they could live and work wherever they are. Their job is out of their home, even though the company they're working for is not close by. And the pandemic has actually enabled that. And as companies are trying to get people to come back to the office, they're struggling because the people were enjoying not only working from home, but not having to drive places, not having, like, nobody, I don't know of too many people that actually enjoy an hour of commute every day. They would rather spend that time with their family or doing other things they enjoy, doing things in the community. That is a huge difference. I'll be an example. I've dragged my wife all over Alberta and Saskatchewan for jobs. And the thing is, people that are 20 years younger than me, they don't want to go all over the place. They have a place in mind with all the services and recreation that they want. That's the place they want to be. And then they will choose to find a job there. That is a major difference. And so for us, I think we've got a lifestyle worth promoting, worth our distance to the cities, our distance to our backyard is fantastic. But we have to make it easy for those people to be able to stay here or come here, in order for them to enjoy that life too.
We'll follow up and then I'm going to go to Councillor Cermak.
You mentioned earlier that we're seeing people moving here to retire. What sort of numbers are they adding to our population on a yearly basis?
That I'm not sure of. I did an economic development written report to council about my visit with the realtors about a month and a half, 2 months ago. And that's what the realtors were telling me, is that they were seeing large numbers, BC and Ontario in particular, some from Calgary and Edmonton as well. They wanted to get out of the crowded places, but they were also selling really expensive places in BC and Ontario and having money left over buying property here to enjoy. I don't know the numbers in that, but there's a difference there too, because when you're seeing a retirement couple moving to the area, it's not a family of 5 with young kids that are going to our schools. It's a retirement couple who are generally in their 60s, and it's just the 2 of them. So it's 2 in a house versus a younger family, which is 4 or 5 in a house. So we might have more properties, but there's fewer people in those properties. And that's having an impact.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Cermak.
Just, I've been looking up some statistics on jobs for younger people. In my era when I worked, you went to work and you had one career for your entire working life. Now the statistics says that workers being into the workforce won't only change careers or jobs, but whole careers 4 to 5 times in their working life of 45 to 50 years. How much of an impact is that having on us here?
On, here in Clearwater County?
Yes.
Well, the truth is, we've got a lot of long-term companies that started here and developed here and try to maintain their employees. And I really appreciate their dedication to them. But since 2014, when oil crashed, and it's been a very slow rise for a long time, they have not been able to be faithful, I'll say, to those dedicated employees. Because if you just don't have the revenue, you just can't keep them. So there were a lot of employees that not only left jobs or jobs that no longer existed in the area, but they left the industry completely. So that career change, you know, the reality is I can't blame somebody who got laid off or reduced hours or wage in 2008 and again in 2014 and maybe part-time 3/4 work for the following 7 years and then maybe laid off again in early 2020. You just can't. And that's oil and gas specifically. For others, yeah, the truth is it's called the gig, so many are called the gig economy. And what the gig economy is companies are hiring short-term contractors because they don't want to hire employees because they can let a contractor go very easily. And the impact is that the company doesn't feel any dedication to that contractor, and that contractor doesn't feel a whole lot of dedication to the employer. And so they'll go wherever they want. It's a tough lifestyle. I personally wouldn't want it.
Thank you.
Great, well, thank you very much. I think the recommendation here is that council receives the 2021 population and demographics report for information as presented, and I would be looking for a motion to that effect. Deputy Reeve Northcott, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you again, Mr. Pratt. That leads us up to a point to take a break. Let's meet back here at 1 p.m., please. Well, welcome back, everyone, for our afternoon part of the session. I will be moving to, just bear with me, to item 7.1. I see Mr. Magnus has joined us along with staff. Thank you. And he'll be delving into airport operations options.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, Reeve Loughy, Deputy Reeve Northcott, Council. On both December 8th, 2021 and March 31st, 2022, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, ICC, met, and one of the topics of discussion on both occasions was the airport, specifically the future ownership and/or management of the Rocky Mountain House Airport. Hence, a total of 6 options were considered. The options were as follows. First option, Clearwater County assuming airport operations. The second option, Clearwater County as sole owner and operator of the airport. Third, swap ownership of the airport and the medical clinic, whereby rather than currently the airport and clinic being 50% owned or split between the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, Clearwater County would swap 50% ownership of the clinic for the 50% ownership of the airport with the town. As a result, the town would have sole ownership of the medical clinic and Clearwater County sole ownership of the airport. The fourth option, revise the current airport agreement. Fifth option, establish a formal airport commission, as the current commission is in actuality a committee or more so an advisory board. And finally, option 6, sell the airport. An example of this is the Ponoka Industrial Airport, which is owned and operated, in this case, by the Ponoka Flying Club. Given the aforementioned options, it should be noted that the last resolution passed by Clearwater County Council on October 27th, 2020 was that, and I quote, Council supports the intent of the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission's request for Clearwater County and the Town of Rocky Mountain House Councils to negotiate airport operations and management with the intention that Clearwater County assume airport operations and administrative management as soon as possible. Each option has its pros and cons, to which Council needs to consider, along with how and in what way does that option fit into Council's strategic plan. As such, administration has provided Council with a brief financial overview for the airport and medical clinic. For instance, the airport operates in a deficit. Operational costs are approximately $314,000 a year, more or less, with revenue being $113,300, or more or less. Anticipated 10-year capital expenditure of just a little over $2 million. Additional staffing requirements of potentially 1 full-time permanent FTE and 2 part-time permanent. On the other hand, the medical clinic to Clearwater County has no yearly operational or capital costs, as these are solely borne by the tenant. Also, revenue is $110,000 per year, more or less, with no staff required. At this point, I will turn it over to Council with the recommendation that Council receives the airport operations options as presented and provides administration with direction on reporting to the Town County ICC at their next meeting.
All right, thank you very much. It's a very complex subject with a lot of options. So I'll go to Councillor Melhoff for comment first.
Thank you, Reeve. I really see the airport and the medical clinic as 2 completely different entities, and I don't really see a reason for them to be even linked. I know that that was talked about at the ICC, but I don't, a swap for one for the other, I don't see as even something to be considered. I personally don't think that they equal out to be a swap, so to speak. Normally you're swapping apples and apples, not apples and cars. Like, they're just so different.
Yeah, I would comment as well. I think the intent of being involved with the clinic was really a retention or attraction tool for physicians, you know, healthcare really to augment that, kind of different considerations with the airport and economic development and those kinds of issues. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Forgive me as I organize my thoughts through here. I have to agree with Councillor Melhoff that they are separate. There may be some trade options in there. Previous councils saw fit to invest in the clinic in order to ensure that county residents had, you know, access to good medical care if they were able to attract doctors. So I'm not entirely in favor of giving that up. The only issue that's really been discussed in ICC does not have the town continuing as the operator. The original options were all that the county would operate, would own, et cetera. I think there's, from talking with the stakeholders at the airport, I think there's some other options that, you know, would support privatizing the airport. There's ideas out there for development. And I still see this as a regional asset, definitely underutilized. But I think we have to include our partners in the town in part of the future of the airport. So that all makes this a whole lot more complicated in finding a solution. That's my comments for now.
Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I have a question. When was the last airport meeting, like the Airport Committee meeting?
Mr. Magnus?
As far as I can recall, there were no meetings in 2021. I think the last one was 2020, towards the end of 2020, I believe was the last one.
Supplement?
Go ahead, Councillor
So-
Swanson.
Thank you. Being as how yes, the town has given, or there was options discussed at the ICC level, I would like, and I know Councillor Ratcliffe has said he's talked to the stakeholders, maybe that committee should have a meeting with the stakeholders to talk about these options and bring their suggestions forward to the councils as to where they see fit versus us trying to decide something on their behalf that maybe we're missing something.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Swanson, I 100% agree with you. And in fact, in the ICC, I brought up that very thing. I said, currently there is an agreement in place. Why is that agreement not being upheld? At which point it was suggested that if we are in any form of negotiation, that may not be the case. They like to pause things while negotiations are taking place for any change in management, operation, etc. Well, these things can take a very, very long time. So I agree with you that the current agreement should be upheld and therefore meetings that are requested should actually take place. And it's my understanding that the airport committee, I'm not even gonna call it a commission because it's not, the airport committee has requested meetings and those meetings have not taken place. So I think that'd be a very good place to start.
As I recall, and I would stand to be corrected, most people that were involved with that commission, for lack of a better term, were willing to meet, or most were, and I think for some period of time, and I think that has not occurred, even with that willingness to meet, and I'm not exactly sure why that is. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I would just agree with what you guys are all saying. I would like to meet with them as well and know what I don't know much about airports, so I would like to know what they have to say.
I guess a question I would have, of course, looking at a number of options here, and we as a council quite often look at ultimately the long-term costs associated with asset management. We have a very strong asset management plan here at Clearwater County. Looking at if we did take over ownership on that, what kinds of things are we anticipated to have for major equipment or upgrades or those kinds of things in, say, the next 10 years? What is there anything you can outline that we would be looking at there?
For sure. Capital-wise, as most of you are well aware of, we are looking at potentially a new terminal building, so that's something to be considered there. And some of the costs associated with that is anywhere from $800,000 to $2 million, depending on how extravagant you want that terminal building to be. A study was done in regards to some of the potential options associated with that, so that is something that will need to be considered, terminal building. Potentially lengthening of the runway itself. Again, the snowbirds, so the Tudor jet associated with the military aerobatic performance, the jet itself is unable to no longer or cannot land at this airport. They were able to at one time, but as you may recall, I believe it was last year that accident occurred, even prior, maybe in 2020, when they were doing the tour across Canada, and that Tudor jet went down in BC. And upon investigation, some of the recommendations that came out was that there has to be a certain length of runway available to these jets. And currently or the Rocky Mountain House Airport runway does not meet that criteria. So it's limited now to not only this organization performing here, if that's the will of council to move forward with bringing such a performance to the community. Any larger aircraft, such as your Boeing 737s, they can't come in. Okay, so it does limit us to types of aircraft. Every so many years, the lighting system, or I should say the navigational system that's required to bring in aircraft under what we call IFR conditions or instrument flight rules, so low cloud cover and so on, those need to be updated as well. Okay, so there's costs associated with that. Repair work to any of the taxiway potentially, as with any surfaced road. Eventually, those need to be upgraded after so many years, and that length of what we call taxiway alpha has not been done in many years. Okay, so that's obviously have to be looked at as well. Your lighting systems as well, so that's another capital project that needs to be considered as well. Operationally, it's going to take at least one staff to supervise the airport, and that individual needs to be there potentially 24/7. An airport does not close, or nor do you want it to close, unless there's extreme circumstances that call for it. So that individual's there 24/7, along with, at the very least, one, if not two, permanent part-time individuals as well. The equipment itself, so your snow clearing equipment, maintenance equipment, is pretty well timed out, so they've depreciated. So that would entail having to incorporate that into our fleet replacement plan as well. So you're looking at new equipment over the next 5 years.
And just kind of a follow-up to that, I know that there was some numbers around the runway extension. It was 80 meters,
yeah,
I believe, to meet those standards. And there was a cost. I know we're at the county, we're very familiar with extending our paved surfacing.
Yeah.
This is a much higher cost for that 80 meters, I would assume, than what we'd anticipate for typical paving.
Yes, that's correct. We're looking at least 1.3 million to extend it by 80 meters.
And then, I guess, an expected life on the main runway now, that is in good shape still, or is it going to require, is that something that would be in a 10-year, like, I know many of our surfaced roads are kind of a 15-year kind of asset?
Yeah, that would have to be considered as well. Of course, these types of surfaces are built to a very high standard, given the type of transportation they accommodate, okay? And but you're absolutely correct, Reeve Lougheed. It would behoove us not to account for that as well. So potentially in the next 15 years, I would say, at the very least, some sort of asphalt overlay associated with that runway as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay. The airport agreement has a clause where the town and county, or one of the partners, can opt out of maintaining the airport. And it dictates that there would be no cash equivalent. It would be just simply one would take over from the other. So there really isn't a need, according to the agreement, for any sort of trade. It's just if somebody wants out, then the other one takes over. That would then assume that if the county were to take over, that all the expenses would be borne by the county unless we have a different agreement. I also want to mention, the Peace River Airport, which is a much larger airport than we have, where they put that into private hands and they were able to significantly reduce operating costs, where an actual airport commission may be able to achieve some of those cost reductions as well, that the deficit would not be as serious as it might look. So other factors to consider. I think a lot of it comes down to on how much of a gift the county is prepared to give the town on this. Because as it is a regional asset, everybody benefits from it being there.
Thank you for that. I would certainly agree. I think it is certainly a benefit. It's a gem to have a facility like that within the region for sure. And I can't imagine a time where the town wouldn't want to have a benefit from being involved with that. Difficulty, of course, comes in sometimes we like to be able to make all those decisions on our own without really involving other things. Tracy Lynn? Oh, Councillor Swanson, you have a question.
Yes, Councillor Ratcliffe brought up the comment that, maybe an airport commission, a true commission. And maybe interim CEO, Mr. Hagan, can maybe give us a little bit more definition about really what truly a commission is all about and what that entails. I'm just thinking of the details because if, that is an option, but if we don't truly understand what a commission does and how it operates, it may not further the economic opportunities there. It may be the other way around. It could cost us more money too. So I don't know if interim CEO Mr. Haggett could enlighten us again on what a true commission would entail, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. A commission would essentially be a separate legal entity from either of the municipalities. The makeup of that commission would most definitely include representatives from both of the municipalities, could include representatives from the public at large, from the flying community as well, if that was decided upon. So the county would still have a voice in terms of how the airport is run, but it would be somewhat arm's length, at least distanced from the municipality directly. With that, I would assume that there are going to be certain human and other resources required in order to run that commission. There's going to be an administrative component to it, and that will represent a cost in and of itself. And that's one of the things that the former Waste Authority and the councils, the respective councils, wrestled with as well, in terms of establishing the Waste Authority as a separate commission, is it would represent another layer of administration, another layer of costs, and so forth. And so that is a consideration to take in place. So what the county and the town have to gain from it is some distancing from the day-to-day operations and the future capital requirements, although the funding would likely come back to the municipalities for request. But what it's going to cost potentially is additional funds in terms of another layer of administration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Did you have something to add before?
Sure, just to add,
Yep,
to,
absolutely.
and to reemphasize what interim CEO Mr. Hagan indicated is, I think what council needs to be aware of is if there is a shortfall associated with the operation of that airport, even under commission, typically that is then picked up by the municipalities themselves.
Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Perfect, thank you. And it was my understanding also if it was to be a true blue commission, the debt ratio still comes off the county's debt ratio, not the commission's, as far as accounting goes. If they were to have if they were to say fund a terminal, the debt ratio comes from our debt ratio anyway.
I'm being attacked by a spider here. At least I didn't scream. I believe that's true. I'd have to research to be positive, but because it'd be a related organization, both the town and the county, I don't think it would directly all come back to the county, but there would be some sharing, as Mr. Magnus alluded to, in terms of any sort of deficit. But I think it could well have an impact on us, because you need to look at that whole consolidated entity, even though it's a separate legal entity. The question's going to be on the makeup of that commission, if it's shared control like it was with the joint venture of the Waste Authority previously, or excuse me, the Regional Fire Service previously. You still have to consolidate that, and the county would pick up its share of any of that debt that was related there.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Please.
With regards to the changes in the forestry, I was going to say units, they're not, the flying apparatus that they utilize for fighting fires airborne, they're changing to bigger planes. Would there be options for AEP partnerships or grants to help us with things like extending the runway so those planes can actually land here? Because as I understand it, we're a hub for Alberta Forestry to conduct operations.
So definitely that would be a discussion that would need to be had with Alberta Environment and Parks. So that would be a component we would have to consider, as obviously go into discussions with them. They do have, I believe it is a 5 or 7 year lease agreement that gets obviously renewed every 5 to 7 years. Secondly, I forgot your second part of your question there.
If we can either get grants or partnerships to do those things, considering their planes are changing.
Thank you. There is one program in place. It's the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program grant that is associated with airports as well. Now, I would have to look back again as to the criteria associated with that particular grant. So I'll have to get back to you on whether or not it is applicable to lengthening the runway or anything associated with the air side of an airport. I do know that it's not applicable to terminal buildings, so you can't use it in that form. It's applicable to taxiways, lighting systems, I believe. So I can only speculate that knowing that, there may be funding with the runway itself and the lengthening. But I will follow up on that and send you out an email to all of council in regards to that, making sure as to whether or not it is associated with the runway itself.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Hagan, is there, what would be the distinction between an airport authority and an airport commission? Like, would one of those be better than another?
To answer your question, Councillor Ratcliffe, I think it all depends on what the partner municipalities are looking for a result. If it is an advisory committee, that is what we have in place today, despite the fact it's called a commission. Really, a true commission is just establishing that separate legal entity and pushing the distance out a little bit so it operates more independently. It's still being governed by the partner municipalities that are part of it, plus any other members of that commission. It would have decision-making authority to the extent that those partners voted in favor of the items on its agenda. Could have the ability to take debt out, to enter into contracts and so forth, whereas an advisory committee doesn't. So it's really the power of the body that you're talking about and the legal distance from the entities that control it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Is it common for municipalities to own airports, or are they normally privately owned in Alberta?
On the rare occasion, airports are owned privately, but they're far and few between. Most often, it is a municipality that has control over that airport.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess a question I would have before I go to Councillor Melhoff is there a potential for there to be a consistent ownership, no changes in ownership, a governance through a commission, and an operation by a private company? Is that something that is ever reached success in practice? I'm trying to involve, different levels of still having that community ownership, that community input, but allowing the private sector to run it like a business, and potentially then, the contributing partners of ownership help with some of those time-to-time occasional capital injection that goes in to maintain the facility. So,
yes, I believe that's possible. The airport that currently comes to my mind that may be run in that manner is the Edmonton Airport Authority. So in and of itself, that is the entity. I'd have to research it out some more, but from what I know, that is the entity that oversees it, but it is contracted out in regards to the operation and management of the airport itself. So that includes the international, the Cooking Lake Airport, and the Villeneuve Airport that I'm aware of that is under the Edmonton Airport Authority. But I can research that out and come back to council again on some further information associated with that question.
thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. For me, I don't want to see us lose this in our community. In fact, I'd love to see it grow. Like, let's turn it into something. Let's become the aerobatics capital for Western Canada. Let's turn it into the driver that it should be in our community, the gem that it should be in our community. Our community is known for aerobatics. Let's showcase that. Let's make it a big deal. The issue is, I don't want to see it just become us or just the town. We both, I feel, need to be involved because we both benefit from this asset. If anything, as an economic driver, you think that it would be even more beneficial to the town. But if that means losing this, if we don't take it on, I would be happy to find a solution forward so that we don't see it gone. I do not want to lose the airport. for numerous reasons, including safety, fire suppression, stars, other safety reasons that we have it here also. And I mean, we're the furthest west airport, so to speak, other than the private grass type runways we have out at 2 O'Clock Creek, et cetera. But we're not gonna send forestry out to land on a grass runway. But I wanna find a solution forward on this. And in the meantime, I don't know what our council can do to ensure that an airport meeting takes place and the current agreement is upheld, because that agreement is still in place. So I don't know what we can do in order to ensure that that still happens and is not stalled.
Mr. Hagan?
What I could suggest for council's consideration is perhaps the message to go back to the ICC at their next meeting is very much what you just encapsulated, in terms of the county wishing to stay in some sort of a partnership agreement with the town and jointly provide this service to the community. And given that, suggest to the committee that we continue to, members of the committee continue to explore with administration support other options that would fit into that sort of a model. And in the meantime, again, suggest that the airport committee hold a meeting and deal with the day-to-day type issues that are coming along there.
And I would have a quick question, and this may not be a fair question at all, but has there ever been any interest expressed by private individuals or private groups to be more involved with the operation of the airport or the ownership of the airport even? Is it something that has there been feelers, has there been interest in that? I'm seeing probably not.
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Hagan.
Not that I'm aware of, but I have not also been intimately involved with the airport operation either.
Right.
So.
Well, I can say too, I've sat on the airport commission now for the better part of 6 months and I still haven't met. So I think that's, my knowledge set is not very deep on that, just because I think all the other committees I do sit on, I have certainly been involved in learning and understanding more about the duties and the responsibilities and the agreements that are in place to hopefully guide valuable community infrastructure like we have here. Councillor Swanson.
That's all for discussion, and I guess for me, what I've just heard is that we would like to maybe revise the current airport agreement and reboot the airport commission or committee meetings. And maybe that's what should be going back to the ICC meetings. So I would make a motion to that effect, that we advise council receives, of course, this information is presented and asks administration to report at the ICC meeting that we would like to revise the airport commission agreement and reboot the airport commission meetings.
Okay, I think I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first and then back to,
She was first, but
she was first?
I want to talk first. Okay, your light's flashing and mine is solid, so I'm going to go ahead. To partly answer your question, Reeve Lahid, in conversations I've had with stakeholders, there are a number of options for private interests to expand activity at the airport and hopefully revenue. I think whatever solution we find here, we have to get out of the way and let those people do what they might do.
Okay. And Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. To go along with interim CAO, I 100% agree. We need to cooperate. Like I said, working together in a partnership, we're gonna get much further than if we are doing this on our own. And I would love to see that be the thing going forward to the ICC, is that we want to cooperate and partner in a healthy partnership. If that's something that I think that we're working really well with the current council of the town and the county are working very hard to try to have great partnerships and agreements and communication and cooperation. And hopefully this is another way that we can work together on something great for our community.
I agree with you. If we have an agreement that's not working, why not? Why not talk about it? Let's make it work. And Deputy Reeve Northcott.
I was just wondering if it's possible for council to be able to take a tour of the airport before making any decisions on it. I haven't been to the airport in a long time to just see the status of the buildings, everything there. I think it would be, before making a decision, if there would be an opportunity to be able to do an airport tour.
Mr. Magnus?
Sure. As the town of Rocky Mountain House is the managing partner of the airport, what we can do is we can reach out to the town and put forward that suggestion and arrange something with this council for that tour.
And Councillor Cermak.
Yes. I would like to see option 3 taken right out of that. I don't think we need to do any swapping or anything. I think it's too involved that we need to be a partner in the medical clinic, because we have lots of rural people that need doctors' facilities. I want to be involved in that. And when we go to have these meetings with the commission, I definitely would like them to look at kind of getting a private individual involved in the business aspect of running the airport, where they can see the acrobatics, other modes coming in here with air traffic to deliver services to us or whatever. They might have a bigger scope on the world to help our little airport succeed with the help of the 2 municipalities owning it.
I think Councillor Swanson has suggested or made a motion to the effect of reviewing the agreement, and I think exploring the idea of a commissioner governance structure. Maybe Tracy Lynn can read that motion back so we can talk to that one for sure, and then if we have further direction, so be it. Because this is something we're going to direct our ICC to have a conversation with the other members of that group. Any chance I can have some more definitive verbiage around that motion, just so?
So the motion reads that council receives the airport operations options as presented and directs administration to inform the town-county intermunicipal collaboration committee that the county wishes to review the airport agreement and restart the airport committee meetings as soon as possible.
Okay. Got a good understanding, consensus around the table of what the motion is before us. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm not sure if this relates that much to the emotion. I just wanted to be clear on the financing around the airport. As I understand it, the county taxes the structures, collects tax on the structures. It's in the county. Who collects the lease revenues?
Mr. Hagan?
The lease revenues go into the operations of the airport, and the town oversees that and offsets that against the operating expenses of the airport. And then each municipality shares 50-50 in that respective deficit, because typically the expenses exceed those revenues.
Yeah. So it would be possible for the town to look at this as you know, the county is getting whatever tax revenue there is, and the lease agreements are being shared.
Essentially.
Like, would they feel shortchanged on that arrangement?
That, I think, if I understand you correctly, that's how it's currently operating.
Yes. Okay.
And for me, there's always a consideration of, you know, we collect those taxes to provide for a safe community through the community purse. And I know we have responsibilities for access roads, probably for some level of services that go along with that, that the town doesn't necessarily share equally in those costs. So that's part of the, you know, the agreement that has worked. Just my thought, I don't know if I'm out to lunch on that or not, but that is my understanding. Councillor Graham, and then I'll come back to you.
Oh, thank you, Wahid. I believe that with the current motion on the table, with the establishment of the commission or whatever we want to call it, that's going to give us a better idea of what the stakeholders want, which I think we all kind of said we want. And to revise the airport agreement, that's going to give us a better idea of where everyone's heads are at with it, kind of. So I think that it's a good motion, and we should go ahead with that.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
It was a comment in what I was saying, and at this point, I think is unnecessary.
Okay. And Councillor Melhoff, and then I'm going to call the question.
For sure. With regards to this motion, I'm curious if we should be putting a time date on setting a airport committee meeting or a requirement to do so, as it's my understanding that the committee themselves have been asking for meetings since 2020 and have been denied said meetings continually. So I'm curious if we, in our motion, put a date on when we expect a meeting to take place, and if you would welcome a date to be added.
Mr. Hagan.
Just a point of order, Reeve. I think what Councillor Melhoff is suggesting is an amendment to the motion, which council would need to consider first and vote on that, and then go back to the motion if it is amended or not.
So are you willing to make that amendment?
If council agrees that there should be a date added, I will suggest an amendment. If council does not feel that a date should be added, then I will not do so. Or is that a point of order thing as well?
Mr. Hagan.
I suggest that you make a motion. If you feel that there should be a date in there, I would suggest you make that motion and include a date and let your fellow councillors vote on that.
Okay.
And then that would amend the original motion.
Okay. Seeing as how our next ICC is June 9th, I feel that that would probably be too quick to look to have a meeting.
May be...
When is our next ICC after June 9th? Normally quarterly or every couple of months? Okay, so if we put by fall, or is that too late? Too late?
How about as soon as practicable?
But our version of ASAP.
I guess, and I'll just share I have heard those calls for a meeting. I've heard the rationale for not having one. I frankly don't understand it, and I'll be honest on that.
That's why
so
date.
there might be some opportunity with a date, but that may be outstepping. Mr. Hagan.
And just to clarify, I believe the motion on the floor indicates as soon as possible. So there is some urgency expressed there.
I just didn't want there to be any varying versions of ASAP. How about we go with the current motion, and we can always make a new motion with a date if that is not done. Does that sound fair?
I believe since we have an upcoming ICC meeting where this is likely going to be a agenda item, I would assume, I think then we can deal with the decision of that ICC or the recommendation of that ICC at that time, and if it's, then we can take next steps. Deputy Reeve.
I just guess with the current motion that's on the table, we're just sort of, we're just deferring in the decision-making process, I think is what I'm sort of gathering here. There's really not going to be any decision on whether we stay in a partnership with the town of Rocky Mountain Horse or, you know, take over the operations within the county, but it's still, I would still like to have a tour of the place. I haven't seen it, but before making any decision. But it just seems like this current motion, if I'm correct, it just sort of defers any decision making. Is that correct?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, our tool we're able to use at the moment is the ICC, and that's, I think there's a willingness within the ICC to dive into these issues and make a recommendation back to our individual councils for the next steps forward. I mean, there is some awkwardness always with an ICC because it's not an entire council decision, but I think it's a good tool to use to bring issues such as this in a more timely fashion than it would be trying to manage a time point where you could have a complete meeting of both councils and actually joint motions to go down a pathway. And so I think this can indicate a direction that this council is looking towards to dialogue out with our counterparts in the town. So I think it is a step forward, my perspective of that. So. Okay. So further comment, and then I'm going to call the question.
Yeah, no, just all this document right now is referred from the ICC, and then it came to council. And that's going to go back to ICC again, right? But the ultimate decision will be made by council, right? So it's kind of a flip-flop back and forth. I was just...
Yeah, that's...
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the nature of that beast. Such as it is, you know, there is a you know, as you know, there's a difficulty sometimes in bringing 2 or 3 councils together, finding a time that's, you can all sit down in the same room and hear the same information at the same time. So that's why we've delegated a portion of our councils to be able to dialogue some of these points out, represent the direction that they've been given by their council to. So, I mean, yes, it's a tool we can use. All right. I am going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Where are we at now? Moving on to 7.2, and hopefully no stones in the road here. So we're, sorry?
Before we get into it, I should recuse myself for this one.
If you feel you should, by all means,
Okay.
please take that.
For my owners, due to my ownership in a gravel truck company, I'm going to recuse myself for this next item.
So this brings us to item 7.2, and that's a request for a community aggregate payment levy bylaw. So that's something new, and I'll go across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Before council asks Mr. Magnus to provide the background information and recommendation from administration, if I may suggest, I think the first order of business is to recognize the notice of motion that Councillor Melhoff provided on April 26th. And would also suggest that council permit Councillor Melhoff to make that motion and get that on the table first, and then administration can provide the background.
Would you be willing to make that motion again?
For my light, there we go. The council directs administration to draft a bylaw prior to the end of May 2022 for implementing an aggregate levy on sand and gravel operations in Clearwater County to support the proposed 0% increase to the 2022 tax bylaw.
Thank you for that. So then I guess discussion around an aggregate levy, and I think I will look to Mr. Magnus and team for that.
Okay. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. As per the Government of Alberta Municipal Government Act, specifically the Community Aggregate Payment Levy Regulation, the Province of Alberta authorizes a council of a municipality to pass a Community Aggregate Payment Levy bylaw to impose a levy in respect of all sand and gravel businesses operating in the municipality to raise revenue to be used toward the payment of infrastructure and other costs in the municipality. Currently, the Community Aggregate Payment Levy regulation allows municipalities to charge up to 40 cents per ton of sand and gravel removed from a private gravel pit on private land. As such, over the last 6 years, a number of resolutions have been made and carried with respect to the Community Aggregate Payment Levy, 2 of which involved council at the time responding to a Community Aggregate Payment Levy member survey. The most recent survey occurring just this past year in 2021. This was due to the current Community Aggregate Payment Levy regulation expiring this December 31st of this year, 2022. And as a result, the province was seeking input as to the regulation and how it will be amended, and hence a new final draft in place for January 1st, 2023. Specifically, Section 10 of the regulation, which states the following. For the purpose of ensuring that this regulation is reviewed for ongoing relevancy and necessity, with the option that it may be repassed in its present or an amended form following a review, this regulation expires on December 31st, 2022. Therefore, given this upcoming potential regulatory change, administration recommends for council's consideration the following. A, draft and implement a levy bylaw for 2022, keeping in mind the bylaw may need to be changed to reflect the new 2023 Community Aggregate Payment Levy regulation. B, do not draft a levy bylaw until such time that the new 2023 regulation has come into effect. Or option C, have administration in 2023 study the new Community Aggregate Payment Levy regulation and bring back to council an informational update, at which time council may then decide if a Community Aggregate Payment Levy bylaw is appropriate for Clearwater County. I will now turn it over to council for further discussion and consideration.
Great, thank you very much. This is something that's come up from time to time. I think it came up a few years back. And any idea of how much activity within the industry, how many tons would we be talking about in a year? I know that's not a fair question, but it relates back to if we're talking about a small amount of money collected for the community good or a larger amount of money.
I will start into this, and of course my colleague here, Mrs. Reglan, who's our project technologist, can jump in at any time if there's any further information to add to that. A simple answer to that is, as far as I know, I don't know. It pertains to private pits here. In and of itself, the levy bylaw, if brought forth, and for any municipalities that are out there that have a levy in place, it is based on an honor system. Okay, so in of itself, and Ms. Reglan can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe that's something we keep track of as a municipality in regards to private industry. We keep track of it in regards to our pits and the usage, but private, no, we don't have that information.
Okay. So essentially this would be an offering plate from industry to the county kind of thing, like that it would be totally self-regulated.
That is correct.
They would self-police, self-administer, keep all the records that they need to substantiate that, I would imagine. And
to a certain degree, you are absolutely correct. However, there would be an administrative impact on our side, as according to the regulation itself, these private operators would have the choice of either reporting monthly or quarterly. So that would put some administrative resources in place on our end in regards to keeping track of that. And that would essentially involve not only corporate services, but planning and development as well, because essentially it's planning and development that oversees these private pits. So definitely there would be some administrative duties associated with both departments in overseeing this levy and collecting any documentation associated with it. Again, it is on the honor system.
Thank you. So I'm not sure whose light was on first, but I'm going to go to Division 1.
Thank you. In my opinion, which is why I brought this up, we need to diversify our tax revenue. We are proposing a 0% tax increase and did pass, I believe we've done 3 readings of our tax. Yes, we did pass a 0% tax increase, which is great. But if we continue to rely on simply our linear taxes, we are going to be in big trouble. And I see this as a way to impact that, as well as the fact that I don't want to see any more of our natural resources leaving our county without any benefit to our county. When you talk to aggregate extraction companies themselves, they see a levy as a way for them to help the community. We had one come to MPC just 2 months ago, I believe, and that's literally what they said when they were asked, how do you help the community? He said, aggregate levy, and was actually surprised when we told them we don't have one. Because they said that's absolutely how I help the community, is in an aggregate levy. So I think it would be important for us to consider this, and sooner rather than later, as it is a non-renewable resource and drives out of the county on a regular basis.
And Deputy Reeve.
Thank you very much, Reeve. I do have a couple questions. Is the Alberta government exempt from paying a levy on gravel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is there any way to implement a levy for gravel that would leave the county, but current residents in Clearwater County, they would be exempt from a levy?
That is for the province to determine. Currently, the way the regulation is written, no, that's not possible. Having said that, we'll see come 2023, maybe there's something in the regulation itself that can account for that.
Okay, so I did do, thank you very much for the answers. I did do some consultation and with gravel pit owners on both sides, for current owners that do pay a levy and private owners that don't. What I got out of it was basically just to increase the cost of living for residents. It's most of your local landowners and stuff that want to build a gravel pad or gravel driveway or something like that, and then when they get their bill or their invoice for the gravel, it just shows basically it's another tax, right? It'll be a levy. So really this time I don't think I'll support implementing a gravel levy, just because it'll increase the cost of living for residents.
And Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What revenues do we get from the gravel hauling industry now? And how serious of an impact would it be on their business to impose this levy?
Currently, we don't have a levy in place, so any revenue associated with the extraction of this resource aggregate from private pits, we don't see. However, and I might just turn this over to interim CEO Hagan here, Mr. Hagan, is that there are costs associated with the development of a gravel pit, and an assessment associated with the gravel pit. So there's the revenue that would come into that. I'll turn it over to Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. In addition to those, yes, we would have property taxes coming in for the properties in question. As to how much impact this levy would have to the organizations, I'm not sure we can answer that without knowing the volumes and the rates and so forth. It's probably too early in the process to provide that information. That'd be something we'd be estimating as we're fleshing out the actual bylaw itself and providing recommendations. If I may also just provide a response to Councillor or Deputy Reeve Northcott's questions in terms of impact on cost to consumers of the gravel. We could likely be one of those consumers as well. So if we've got gravel that contractors that we've brought on to do our road projects If that gravel is coming from private pits, I'd be entirely expecting that it would be passed on to the county. So that would have a net result of bumping up our costs on our projects too.
And I guess one other question before I go to Councillor Melhoff. Is there restrictions on where this fund is, or these funds are used? Are they just go into general revenue? Does it have to go back to something specific? Mr. Hagan.
Yes, they would go into general revenue to be up to council to decide how to spend that money.
Thank you.
Now, if I may.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Further to that, Mr. Hagan's absolutely correct. What I am aware of too is one of the possible amendments to the regulation is they will specifically outline where that goes. I am aware of that can be an amendment. So they'll dictate where it must go, whether it goes into parks and recreation or specifically to roads or community centers or something to that effect. I've been made aware of that could be outlined in the regulation itself.
And I'll go to Councillor Melhoff and then Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. You mentioned increasing the cost on our own projects as well. We have 100 years plus of gravel already allocated that is the county's. Why are we even buying stuff from private industry or these pits anyway? We have our own gravel pits.
Excellent comment, Councillor Melhoff. Our job as administration is to be good stewards, and when we cost out a project, we account for, in this case, we do have our own gravel pits. But on occasion, when we do cost it out, we find that could be a gravel source from a private source that is much closer to a project than even our own. And when we cost it out, we find out that it's cheaper to actually buy the gravel from that gravel pit and have it transported to that project than go use one of ours, which is much further away, and utilize potential, whether it be our own trucks or the contractors. But that is something that we do as administration. We always look at both scenarios. We look at the private side, what's available on the private side, because ultimately, yes, we'll try to use ours if at all possible, but at the same time, if the cost is cheaper to utilize the resources associated with the private rather than deplete our own, then we'll go private.
Perfect, thank you. Can I ask a supplementary?
Yes, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Yes, sorry, thank you. We were talking about tax assessments. If I was reading everything correctly, aggregate extraction is a discretionary use under ag. So then would the assessment not be in line with the ag assessment, which is significantly lower, or the minute extraction happens, does it change?
It changes. It's a commercial activity now.
Okay. So while it's not being mined, it stays under discretionary use under ag, and then the minute it becomes mined, it becomes commercial extraction.
That's right. It's a question of whether there's commercial activity going on there or not.
Okay,
and the assessor uses their discretion in making that determination.
And Councillor Swanson. Sorry, Swanson.
Thank you. I'm loving the conversation that we're having, and I know I've been bringing this up in the past as well. I'm at a point now where I would like to wait until what the government brings out in 2023, because we don't know where the government's going. And as in the background on this item, I did make a motion when we were being asked about gravel levies, that we were not supportive of the community levy because we have different needs, like different municipalities have different needs and where that falls. And I have a feeling that the provincial government's going to come out and say either they all are or none of them are. And I would say that let the government, let the provincial government tell the privates, if that's where it's going, leaning, which I suspect will, is they're gonna tell the private gravel owners, you're paying a levy, period, and that's it, just to be a bite. Because if we look at our neighbors, Lacombe County, I had talked to a few of the councillors there last week, and yes, they collect the levy, and it is dictated to go towards recreation projects, all that levy money. So will it make an impact by the time we drop the draft, get it implemented anyways? It'll be, to me, too far gone, and we might have to change it once the federal government comes out with their decision in January 2023. So let's wait. Maybe we'll get some more information as early as November at our next RMA conference and have that opportunity then to maybe start that draft at that point in time.
Thank you for that. I guess I'll just comment that having spent most of my childhood playing in a gravel pit and riding in a gravel truck, I made a few contacts back to some of my old gravel people, and they were not as enthusiastic as I thought they might be about a gravel levy. So I am willing to look at a gravel levy. I think it should be in alignment with the 2023 regulations. Many of those gravel haulers have already set their work for this year and their pricing for many of those jobs, and adding something in midstream could be problematic. Even a small pushback is sometimes a big thing. Yeah, just my comments. Mr. Hagan. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment that the province in their regulations on this exclude themselves from being subject to this levy. And I would think we can write our own that excludes our own use from that levy, so that we're not doubling up on cost.
Mr. Hagan.
I would suggest we have to review the regulations, the current and the potentially amended regulations, to see if they allow for that. But it's something we could definitely research. If I may as well, Reeve, Councillor Swanson touched on the timelines, and through my discussion with Mr. Magnus and his staff, I understand that there would be a resource impact on us in terms of the timelines that are suggested in the motion, to have that bylaw drafted for council's review, not only in terms of our staff to draft it, but more importantly, probably more significantly, in terms of legal review. I understand that there's quite a waiting time right now to have lawyers look at a draft bylaw, so we could be several months out before we're able to actually bring that to council.
Thank you, and in no way would I want to make more work for lawyers. Poor folks are already busy enough. So we do have a motion on the floor. Councillor Milhoff, comment?
Thank you. These timelines is even more reason why I don't, and your budgetary examples that these companies have set their budgets for 2022. If we don't get on this and start building a budget during our 2022, or building a bylaw in our 22 cycle, we're gonna miss the 2023 cycle for their budgets, and we're gonna stick them in the middle of the year anyway. So if we draft this bylaw, get it going through and have it start the 2023 cycle, they'll have the prep time knowing that this is coming and be able to budget according to knowing that this is coming in. Perhaps it's not great to have it be by the end of May. It's a very, very valid concern, staff time, etc. Perhaps that's something that an amendment can come through, that before the 2023 cycle, we have one ready, passed, or failed, because democracy rules, to go forward so people can have their 2023 budgets ready instead of bringing this partway through 2023 and having the exact same problem.
Mr. Magnus?
If I may, something to consider as well is, and Councillor Swanson did touch on this, is one of the amendments that is entirely possible with regards to this regulation is that the province will initiate that every municipality must have the levy. So again, in consideration of being good stewards, if that is indeed the case and it comes to pass come January 1st, then as it's now part of the MGA, the levy is in place, that would forego us having to put a bylaw anyways. So again, yes, we can move forward with that and bring in the legal team and the costs associated with potentially putting together a bylaw and being proactive. However, come January 1st, that might just be given in the regulation itself and no longer require a bylaw, just for something to consider.
Further discussion?
I am always pro us being ahead of the ball and not waiting for the provincial government to dictate to us. We can start being ahead of the game and be proactive, like many other municipalities have done so as well.
So again, that motion is on the floor. Maybe I'll have Tracy Lynn remind us of what that is, just so we're comfortable with what we're voting on. So it reads that council directs administration to draft a bylaw prior to end of May 2022 for implementing an aggregate levy on sand and gravel operations in Clearwater County to support the proposed 0% increase to the 2022 tax bylaw. Are we clear on that? Do we want to amend anything? Do you want to amend anything?
Am I allowed to amend my own? Yes. Then I would propose an amendment that it be brought back in the fall prior to our budget cycle, so that we can ensure that our companies and organizations in our community have time to have their one input into it, just like any bylaw. There is a public entity to this, and two, can be prepared for their budget cycles in 2023.
So it's essentially amending that date.
Amending that date.
Okay. So any further discussion on the amendment?
Did administration capture the amendment?
So just a point of order, I suggest similar to our other discussion, what I'm hearing is you making a motion to amend your original motion. I suggest council needs to vote on that amendment first. And then vote on the original motion if it's amended or not.
And so for clarity, we're discussing or
the amendment.
Calling the question around the amendment. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I'd just like to make a comment. There we go. That other municipalities have these bylaws in place, that it might be fastest to plagiarize theirs a little bit and make something of our own from that. And it might not be as intensive that way, and we would probably have something that would readily pass any legal review.
I have several from several municipalities that have been sent to me, if anybody would like to review them.
Thank you.
Because I agree.
My experience as staff is very resourceful in accessing templates to such things, and I'm sure they would have a path forward there. Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. Sorry, Mr. Hagan.
Sorry, Reeve, I was just going to comment, in the interest of due diligence, that does pose risk to the county, to pass something like that in front of you without having legal review first. So even if we did use other municipalities as a guideline to draft something on our own, we would still recommend that it go through legal review first.
Sure, I would agree. Okay, so we call the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? And that is carried. And that brings us back to the original motion, or the amended motion then. I will, Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Sorry, I just wanted to echo just echo one more time that it was negatively viewed and not in favor of a gravel levy. Among the consultations and the visits that I did have, it was not positively viewed to have a gravel levy.
Okay, I'm ready to call the question. On the amended motion, all those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Great discussion, people. That brings us to, I believe, item 8.1. I think it's appropriate time to take a short break here. So back in 15. Well, thank you and welcome back to our afternoon session. That brings us to item 8.1 on the agenda, and I looked to staff. I believe we were expecting to be joined by Ms. Grunberg on this one. So I think as we're maybe working towards that, I would ask if I could have a motion for Janine Grunberg to attend electronically. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll probably have an opportunity for you to do that. Okay, we'll go ahead. I think we've already passed that resolution, but. Yeah. I'm sorry if I missed your hand going up as an indication. I thought you were in agreement with the motion. Not that you had a question. I'm sorry with that. Good afternoon, Janine. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you.
6 members of council are present in the council chambers today. Councillor Swanson is joining us electronically as well. So that's our composition of council here today. So we're moving on to item 8.1, and that is consideration of second reading of bylaw 1120/22, and that's the Broadband Council Committee. The recommendation, of course, is that we consider second reading. At this time, or Mr. Hagan, your light's flashing.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just going to touch on the background information here, just before you proceed. So first reading was granted at the last regular meeting of council. Purpose of the bylaw is to establish a broadband council committee with specific authority, regulations, and membership criteria to help mitigate potential breaches of non-disclosure agreements between the county and internet service providers and council code of conduct related to pecuniary interest and fiduciary duties. The intent of establishing a separate governance for the county's broadband project is to allow decision-making related to the project to move forward while minimizing risk to the municipality associated with making decisions that could monetarily affect a councillor or a councillor's family member's business interests by their direct or indirect involvement in the project.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from council?
Now I'm ready.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Lougheed.
Now,
in order to make my points on this topic, I need to do a bit of a show and tell to provide a background to the rest of council. And there is some questions around that, so I would like to ask council's permission to provide that information.
So first a comment. I believe we did have a resolution last meeting that you had an opportunity for a written submission to council. I don't think we've received that. So I just want to stress how important it is for council to have information and data ahead of time so they can reflect on what's being asked of them to decide on and the information that's there. So absolutely, I think we'll look to the latitude of this council and the consideration of this council. If you have something you want to share, I will look to the consensus of council to do that. Ultimately, it is a council decision. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Out of consideration for my fellow councillor, but I have some time. I don't know how much time you need, Neil, but I'm definitely willing to listen if it's.
Any other comments? Is this a thumbs up? Great. But I would, Michelle, sorry. Yes, go ahead, Michelle, or Councillor Swanson.
That's fine, that's fine. In regards to today's agenda, if respectfully, if Councillor Rockcliffe is presenting something that will, towards this particular agenda item. If it's not towards this particular agenda item, would it not be something to come to us on a different level? Like at a different point in time? If this is directly, like I am looking for something directly towards this broadband committee for the second reading. Because we tend to squirrel off every once in a while, and I just would like to, because we've got a tight agenda today, I would just like to know that if he can keep it to the topic.
Yeah, I think maybe it might be important for us to actually have that motion before us, and then Councillor Ratcliffe can speak all he wants to that, and we'll hopefully keep the discussion on track as well. Does that work? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I personally would love to give Councillor Radcliffe the time. My only question is, do we need the Ms. Grunberg here for that, just because of the fees associated with her time, looking towards some costs that could be associated with that. Do you require Ms. Grunberg here for your presentation?
Actually, I was going to object to Ms. Grunberg being here. She is a formidable lawyer, and it definitely does not create a level playing field to have her here.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Oh, sorry.
I guess ultimately, I think this council, what I hear is a consensus to let you speak to something that we are going to decide one way or the other, and to give an opportunity for you to give your feedback and comments around that. I guess I'm looking to the consensus of council. Is that something we can do, and who should be present? That's what I'm asking. Councillor Cermak.
I would like to see our legal counsel with us. Ms. Grunberg.
Okay. I'm seeing nods around the table. I'm seeing shaking heads, I'm sure, too.
It might take me 10 minutes to present this. So.
Well, I think this could be some of the most important minutes we have. You're always the person that's as important as anybody, so. Mr. Hagan.
With respect, council, perhaps I'll just try and clarify. I think that I hear a few issues that council's wrestling with right now. So maybe if I can state what I'm hearing, you can tell me if I'm on track, and then maybe that'll help you to make some decisions. I'd suggest probably the first point of business is if somebody would like to propose the second reading of the draft bylaw, that'll allow time for conversation. And then I understand that Councillor Ratcliffe would like to make a verbal presentation, but I think as well, Councillor Ratcliffe shared a PowerPoint presentation with council early this morning. So I think that's a separate question as to whether council wants to also allow that PowerPoint to be displayed as Councillor Ratcliffe is providing his verbal presentation. So those are kind of the 3 points of business I see in front of you right now.
Thank you for that. So would there be anybody willing to make the first motion relating to second reading? Michelle or Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I'll make that motion that council considers second reading.
Thank you.
Sorry, not considers, that council grants second reading.
Thank you for that. So then, comments around that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, do you feel led to speak now, or you want to wait for other comments?
Is it all right with council for me to proceed?
We'll give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I'm okay certainly hearing with what you want to say. I'm always open for communication.
Okay. Can we start that PowerPoint?
So I guess for the PowerPoint, if
Excuse
you want.
me?
Oh, Councillor Swanson, yes, go ahead.
Then I'm going to call a point of order and respectfully Councillor Ratcliffe, any presentation that is given to council should be vetted by administration first before it comes to the rest of the council. So under the point of order, I'm allowed to call that because it's a breach of established practices. So under our procedure bylaw, any delegation passes their PowerPoint, their information via administration first. So if you want to give it verbally, I have no problem verbally, but as far as putting it to the live stream, I am going to call a point of order.
Thank you for that. I think there's no problem with you using that for speaking notes. You're, you know, within your own view. It just probably can't be shared as part of the public record without it going through what has been traditionally or procedurally done in the past.
Okay, it was my understanding that I could submit this morning without being able to show the graphical material or present it. I think it'd be very difficult to convey the point that I want to make and that I feel is important for the rest of council to know.
Again, I guess my comment, for at the sake of repeating myself, is that that's why it is so important to have this information ahead of time so it can go out with part of the information package. This is, I believe this is information that would be used to base a decision of council on. It's not just something for information. Is it only of that nature? Is it only an informational presentation, or is this something that you're wishing council to use to base a decision on? And then we have a motion before us at this time. So
it is information I think is vital for council to have, to base a decision on. That's why I bring it.
Always a twist. I have no problem with you giving a verbal presentation and having any kind of audiovisual aids to back up your verbal presentation, but once it becomes part of an audiovisual, it's part of that, it goes to a different step. And as Councillor Swanson has pointed out, that is outside of our general practice. As a path forward, I don't know if we have a path forward. Maybe I'll look to staff for any guidance at all on that. Again, I get presented with combinations and permutations that I haven't encountered a path forward with. Mr. Hagan.
I think the only clarification I can provide, Reeve, is confirmation that this was not received in time for administration to vet it, nor for council to have any opportunity to review the information and be prepared to speak to it. So I would concur with you. I think a verbal presentation is quite appropriate. I have difficulty with the PowerPoint presentation. It'll be essentially new information being presented at this time.
And I hope you recognize, oh, sorry, I'll go to Councillor Melhon.
So I actually forgot that my thing was on, sorry. I was gonna comment on the motion that's on the floor. Are we still talking about that, or are we?
Well, it should be a discussion related to questions related to additional information related to second reading
Okay, well,
of
my
bylaw 1120.
comment is directly associated with the second reading of the bylaw. And I still feel that the MGA covers all of things pecuniary. And I am struggling with building a bylaw that is either to overlap or be in conjunction with or override the MGA, and I would still feel that we should be following what is already laid out in the MGA.
Thank you for that comment. Additional comments? Councillor Cermak.
What is laid out in the MGA?
All things procurement. It's all in the different thing.
What are we doing that we shouldn't be doing, or are we doing it right?
Mr. Hagan.
I think there's two questions at play here. The MGA requires council committees to be established by bylaw, so we are following the MGA in accordance with that. It's my understanding that council chose to consider this bylaw in the view that the MGA leaves discretion to councillors to declare their pecuniary interest. And council, I've observed council struggling with this question for several months now, and wanting to move ahead with priorities that are on the council agenda. And this has been seen by council and by our legal advisors as a path forward to allow for the appropriate business interests within the community to compete fairly for county contracts, and at the same time protect the ratepayers of the county from accusations of pecuniary, fiduciary conflict. And so I would suggest that this bylaw does meet the requirements of the MGA. This bylaw goes over and above the requirements of the MGA and for the purposes that I've outlined.
Thank you for that.
Have you read that part in the MGA?
Yeah, I'll go back to my go-to statement too. Ultimately, I want the decisions made by this council to be I want there to be the utmost trust that these decisions are done in the best interests of our community with the help of all the legal advice we've had along the line. And I guess that has brought us to where we are today, where we're considering a bylaw which gives us a path forward to be able to make decisions that council believes are important in the best interests of their community. So that's where I sit at the moment. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
But I just wanted to say that, Mr. Hagan, you said that really well, and thank you for that. Yeah, this item's been it's been a stalemate. It's just, it hasn't moved any which way, and this is a path forward. So I just, it was nice, simple, easy to understand, and thanks for the comment.
Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, in the pecuniary interest with Division 6 of the MGA, it lays out pecuniary interest, and we could have right from the beginning potentially asked Councillor Radcliffe right from the beginning, be like, hey, we want to talk about broadband until this is all figured out between the lawyers and everything. How about the 6 of us have a conversation? A committee doesn't need to be established. This bylaw doesn't need to be produced, and we can just continue on using this right here. I don't understand why we've had a stalemate when we could have asked Councillor Radcliffe and said, hey, we don't think it's appropriate that you be involved in the non-disclosures or that you set prices for the internet. Because I agree, the setting prices probably isn't something that Councillor Radcliffe should be a part of. But if we ask him, he probably would say, you're right, I shouldn't be involved in that. And I don't know why we can't just have the conversation. Sorry. Maybe I'm wrong.
Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. I certainly have to agree with Councillor Melhoff that the MGA is very well written. When it comes to fiduciary duties, we all have a responsibility to protect the taxpayers from waste, other issues, and that is what I'm trying to do here.
So to some extent, I'm exposed to, I guess, legal recourse from taxpayers who elected me to have some influence in protecting them on the expenditures to protect the taxpayers there. And that's information I want to present. And I don't believe I can do that adequately without the visual aids.
Councillor Cermak. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. Well, I can understand Councillor Malhaf's words or expression that yes, we could have been having this conversation all along, and we did. We've been trying. We since we've been elected, we have talked about certain things. We did in regards not directly to Councillor Ratcliffe, because he does realize that he could have pecuniary interest, and he did excuse himself at the beginning. But we are at a crutch in the road of where it is urgent. Now, I feel that we need to be making some urgent decisions that are coming forward for this construction season. And we have been very polite in what we're doing as far as allowing the other stakeholders in this project the opportunity to wait for us to get our ducks in a row so that we can all sit at the table, and I'll just say what we can. And legal has advised us and has guided us through this process, and it hasn't been just in the last month. It has been for a while now, and this has been told to us. And we need to protect our decision-making process, as we have always said. And at this point in time, we have to put boots to the ground. And the only way to go forward, I feel, is through this broadband committee. And we need to move forward on that. So as we go forward, and we're considering the second reading on this bylaw, and I'm ready to vote and limit debate if that's so choose, if others are so willing to vote, ready to vote as well.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And I'll go to, I believe, Deputy Reeve Northcott first.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve. I know every councillor wants to make decisions, the best decisions for residents, but because this has been at a stalemate and for months, we really don't know any information on it. So that's why I'm voting more in favor of this agenda item, is to be able to move on and get the information so that I can make those decisions for the best interests of residents. Because the stalemate being sitting here, it doesn't allow anything, and lots of times things can be time sensitive. So that's my reasoning why I would support this agenda item, is so that I can get in, hopefully receive information and make the best decision for residents.
Councillor Ratcliffe, anything?
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yes. I want to point out a few things here. This has taken place behind closed doors. I've had minimal involvement other than suggesting solutions. So the idea that there's a stalemate created, I don't understand. Also, this would be the second time. I asked for more time at the last meeting to prepare a response. The time I was given to do that was inadequate. I believe I said so at the time. And here we are again, where I am not being allowed to present information that
I think is crucial for the rest of council to understand.
I guess I'll just make a comment here, Neil. I know you to be a very articulate man. There's always kind of this assertion that you have something to tell us, but there never comes a moment that you will tell us that. I'm offering you to tell that moment. I'm just can't let you have a visual presentation that council hasn't seen, hasn't vetted, something that can't be unseen. I hope you understand why we have administration vet some of our audio-visual presentations. It's basically to protect all those out there so that we have appropriate information coming across. Verbally, I think, by all means, I'm certainly willing to give you as much time as you want to describe and articulate. I know you to be a very articulate person. So if you need more time to prepare for that, we are considering second reading today. There may be opportunity for some time before third reading for you to still convey that information. That's what I can offer at this moment. So to put it crudely, it's a chance for you to speak now or wait till another opportunity. And we've certainly, I've heard that argument all the way along the line that you haven't had enough time on this. And how much time is enough? Anyway, we do have a motion before us. That is second reading of Bylaw 1120/22. Any further discussion or comments around that bylaw? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just want to make a comment on your comments, Reeve Lougheed, that for months I have been trying to understand what the issues are about this. At last council meeting, they were changed from my understanding previously. So I would dispute that there has been lots of time, but proceed.
I'll say I don't understand what you're referencing, but if that's your comment, thank you for that. Again, I'm ready to call the question. This is relating to second reading of bylaw, or granting second reading of bylaw 1120/22 for the purpose of establishing a broadband council committee. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Going down that list, that brings us to item number 9, and that is our reports. And I would turn it across to Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. First item on the interim CAO's report, registration for one of 4 Alberta municipalities, formerly AUMA. Summer Municipal Leaders Caucuses is now open. Each session will run from approximately 9:00 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the dates and locations are noted there, and no approval of councillor attendance is required since we are members of Alberta municipalities. Second item on the report is sharing with council ministerial order received from Municipal Affairs in response to the county's request for a 2-month extension on the timeline for filing our financial statements. And again, for council's information, the reason for that extension was based on the additional accounting and auditing work that's required to see the full dissolution of the former regional waste joint venture seen through to completion. And so this ministerial order gives us until June 30th to file our financial statements. Third item, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, now accepting applications for the 2022 post-secondary scholarship program until August 31st. Program is designed to encourage rural Albertans to pursue further education, thereby enhance the ability of these rural residents to make meaningful contributions to their communities in subsequent years. It's a scholarship amount of $1,000 presented to one successful applicant from each of RMA's 5 districts each year. And there's information on how to apply in a link provided in the report. And as note, per policy, the county also awards 5 $1,000 scholarships to one successful applicant from each of the 4 high schools and 1 home school annually to recognize the importance of youth achievement and community service and to encourage academic achievement. Fourth and last item, Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association, commonly known as AMSA, hosting a free program to support Alberta's rural first responders, programs designed for both professional and volunteer first responders to address post-traumatic stress injuries. Open only to those who work in fire stations registered in rural and remote municipalities in Alberta. And the dates and times of those sessions are listed there.
Any questions for the CAO report? Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve Lougheed. A few months ago, we had some requests from people in Nordegg for a policy around all the Airbnbs out there. And the indication was that administration was working on that and we could expect a draft sometime this summer. I'm just wondering what the time frame is looking like for that I can answer the questions.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. That's a fair question, Councillor Ratcliffe. I don't know that answer right now, but I will find out and have that communicated back to council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for the acting CAO? If not, I would like to entertain a motion for accepting the CAO report for information. Councillor Melhoff, all those in favor? And that is carried. Takes us back to councillor reports. So change it up, I'm going to go to Division 1.
Perfect, thank you, Reeve. I circulated my Division 1 report late last night. So you guys had a little bit of an idea of what I've been up to. I went to the CPAA conference with Councillor Swanson last week. And it was great, actually. I quite enjoyed it. Other than the actual networking that happens at these conferences, which is invaluable, the presentation done by Invest Alberta, they are a relatively new organization, 2 years old, I believe, or just about 3 years old. And they are really trying to capture international business. So they've requested that municipalities fill out their profiles. And it's my understanding that our EDO will be working on that so that we can be a part of their profile so that they know what our community has to offer so they can send businesses our way if they fit our municipality's vision and priorities going through to the future. I also did an e-mobility breakout while we were there, and I really think that the stuff that we learned there will fit well with Nordegg in particular, with electric grants that are going to be available for like plug-in facilities for cars and ATVs, which I didn't know you could get an electric snowmobile. I did not know that was a thing. Apparently it's a thing. And in BC and Northern Alberta, they're testing out solar-powered generation systems on trailheads for plugging into snowmobiles and these ATVs. And I think that that's something we might be able to explore some of the granting options to turn Nordegg into a more e-friendly environment, especially since we have the rail trail infrastructure. It might be cool to have the ability for somebody to plug in their e-pedal bike or whatever piece of equipment they happen to be riding on out there. So that might be something that we can look into. And I really enjoyed Nick Price with V3. Councillor Swanson and I were able to sit in on that one, and he really was pointing out why LUBs and MDPs and area structure plans are so important. And I found him super engaging, and I would really love to work with him in particular in the future. Like, he's really a cross between urban and rural, and really focuses on how the two can work collaboratively to build strong, well-rounded communities altogether, rather than just looking rural or urban. I really liked his presentation. May 3rd, the healthcare professions engagement team, we got together, and I've put a little bit of a synopsis for you there. The big one being that nurses are still in a shortage. That's no secret. Nurses are still hugely short in our region, and 10 beds are still closed because of it, with 50% of the lines at the hospital being vacant, of the nursing lines being vacant. So I'm hoping that we can find a solution forward on that, and that team is working towards that. Shirley Hope, she was the facility manager for a number of years, and has now retired, and they have a new one. So welcome to Jessica Moncrief to that position, and hopefully she can bring a fresh perspective for that, which is great. I got to go to the Asokowin Friendship Center for their walk and barbecue for Red Dress Day, to highlight and bring awareness to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And it was really humbling, actually, to be a part of that. We got to be a part of the Smudge, and I'm excited they're coming to see us in June to actually teach us all of the tradition and culture that goes behind those meetings, and I'm very excited to be a part of that in the future. And I did not get to attend this as I was at work, but SAR has partnered with Rival Trade, which is excellent to see that we have organizations that are collaborating, and I would encourage anybody to go out to Rival Trade and try out the Rescuer Brew, which is also supporting our local SAR team, which is kind of cool, and it's nice to see them collaborate like that. And I got to go to the Ag Banquet in Leslieville, and it was just wonderful to see our ag community being showcased in such a great way for their beautification awards and their century awards. And our director of Ag and Community Services did a wonderful job in representing council there for those awards as well, representing the county in general for those awards. It was a great opportunity to get out and be part of the ag community. Sorry for the long-windedness, Reeve.
Thank you. Any questions for Division 1? Thank you, Division 1. We'll move to Division 2.
Thank you, Reeve Lockheed. Mine is much shorter. No, it's good. I attended, as just kind of a fly on the wall, the David Thompson Rec Town Hall that they had in Leslieville in regards to having a play area and stuff there, having lost their playground with the high school going to be there. The quantity of people was not there, but the quality of people was there, we'll say. It would have been nice to see more people come out with that, but there were some very good ideas in the room, and looking forward to hearing about the next steps with that. I also attended the Rural Industry Crime Committee meeting. That's not the correct name, I apologize, but I didn't write it down properly.
Industry crime.
Crime
update, yeah.
Update. Thank you, Wahid. They are certainly struggling with crime. Industry is. They told us about the ways that they're trying to avoid it and the mechanisms they're coming up with. It's quite sad that people do those types of things. And I attended the Rocky Ag Banquet as well, and it was very wonderful. It was super fun. All of the kids were having so much fun. There was one little boy who was literally dripping sweat by the end of the night. They were all running around so much. And I know my niece and nephew loved it. It was my nephew's first kind of community event that he got to go to because he's only 4. So COVID hit when he was old enough to go to that stuff. And it was just a reminder of how wonderful our community is and how fortunate we are to live here. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Councillor Graham, I was just curious if there was any direction that the Leslieville community was hoping to go, or was there any kind of a consensus? Like, what is the feeling in that community for that project?
Go ahead, please, and I think.
There we go.
Mr. Martinson might even be.
Or would it be more appropriate to have that?
Well, I think we can get a council perspective and administrative perspective as well.
All right, and Reeve Lockheed was there as well. I don't think they really have a direction they're gonna head in. They discussed a couple different options. Like I said, there weren't a lot of people there to get the different perspectives, but they were thinking about, when you have the older kids playing soccer at the school, then you want the playground there. But then if it was somewhere else in the town, it might be a little bit better. And so I don't think they really have a direction they're heading in. But correct me if I'm wrong, please, gentlemen.
Well, I would just say as a comment, I think the group there was aware of some of the challenges there are around doing something with that green space, as well as creating those necessary things in a community such as a playground and an area for age appropriate for children as well. So, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Martinson.
Thank you. I think that's a great sort of summary of what happened there. And just sort of to remind council of what we were trying to achieve in conjunction with the David Thompson Rec Board, who sort of was the leader of the event, though of course administration was there and certainly was keen on hearing that feedback. There was two issues that we needed sort of community feedback on. One certainly was what amenities does the community wish to see as we consider the development of the green space that was purchased by the county to the east of the new Leslieville School to be developed into a fire services facility and training facility, as well as a recreation green space. And so we do believe that we have enough information about what amenities could or should go into that green space. Enough for us to come to council with a bit of a plan this year to make sure that we can potentially position ourselves to be constructing as soon as we can, because of course time is a little bit sensitive related to that build, to try to have facilities for the high school as soon as we can, and obviously for the community as soon as we can. The second portion of what we were trying to accomplish with that consultation was really around the playground and where should that playground go? What does the community value in a location of a playground, community supervision versus access to recreation facilities, and so on and so forth. So we don't believe we have enough information for that to move forward. And so we have discussed preliminarily, with some more to come with the rec board, about adding a bit of a survey similar to the Friends of the Corridor School type survey, specific to the playground, and using a bit of that information. So, we learned, I think, enough to suggest that maybe the Ball Diamond location in Leslieville is not necessarily the best location for the playground, but I don't think we've solved that sort of conundrum yet. And of course, there's always going to be more consultation to come with the community as we move forward. So that's sort of where we're at now. Still moving forward, definitely, and still planning on being in a position at budget time for council to make another decision with the appropriate information.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Councillor Graham? Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, no,
I'm twisting like a...
I'm thinking ahead on something else. You were talking about going to the industry crime. Are there any particular hotspots? This is mostly around copper theft, copper wire theft. Are there any particular hotspots that were identified, you recall?
I don't believe there was. I think it is industry-wide. It is batteries. It is copper. I think some thoughts around, putting more responsibility on those people that are buying these or recycling these products. And I don't know if there was any specifics, there were some companies that were hit harder than others, and it's probably the nature of the facilities they operate as well?
Yeah, all right. I don't know if there was this. Go there. I think it was fairly broad, right? But the one thing that I did sort of get out of that is the implications that illicit drugs and opioids and stuff, because a lot of the crime and stuff is contributed to addiction and people trying to get funding to feed their addiction. But I think that from what I understood there was crime sort of just all over the place. The more remote, I think, the better. But
thank you. Councillor Graham?
I do know this doesn't really answer your question directly, but they had found a couple of dumping spots where people were dumping the strippings of the wire and things like that. So, but they're not really, there's not a particular area that was hit harder, I don't think.
And I just might add, the concern that I heard there was from the industry operators that were concerned about their field personnel intercepting people in the commission of these crimes, because they are driven by not a necessity or not a need for money, but need for money to feed their habit. And that's, that desperation that's there creates, instances where they've found, that people were doing these things while armed. So just a higher level of danger out there to those staff that are accessing those facilities, want to call out. Deputy Reeve Northcott.
Alrighty. Just a reminder that June 1st is the deadline for funding for the Raven Rec Board funding. There's still money in there for recreational facilities and programs and stuff like that for sort of the south end of the county. I had the opportunity to attend the Rocky Chamber of Commerce Awards Banquet. That was really neat. There was lots of businesses that did win awards, and it was a really nice event, and it was the Rocky Chambers did a really excellent job putting it on, and Michelle did a lot of work. I also had the opportunity to attend the Ag Society meeting at Leslieville for the awards banquets there, and that was one thing that I learned was the land where the Dovercourt Hall sits was donated by the McNutt family. I never did know that. That was really cool. So again, congratulations to the McNutts. They did receive a 100-year or the Centennial Award, but there was really congratulations to everybody again there that did win beautification and Centennial Awards. The weed workshop is coming up on May 25th at Dovercourt Hall, and again, just a reminder for everybody that the MDP review process is underway and has started, so the municipal development plan, just a reminder to everybody on that one. And that's it. That's all I got.
Great. Questions for Deputy Reeve Northcott? Well, thank you for your presentations. I might just make a few comments and actually just, it's actually very heartwarming to see our community coming back alive with awards nights and celebrations of the last number of years has been a tough time for that. And I do thank Council for stepping up and doing these public appearances. It's great to do that and stepping instead where I'm trying to meet more than one per day, so it's quite often a challenge to be able to be everywhere at once, but I do appreciate participating. I did participate with a number of you at events over the last couple of weeks, and it's great to be out and being with the community. I would mention I did have the opportunity, I was invited to speak at the Royal Canadian Legion celebrating victory in Europe, as well as honoring our peacekeepers, veterans, serving members, and had a number of service awards there, and I think the oldest gentleman had about a 55-year service award to the Legion there. So it was great to get out and interact with that group, and great things happening there, keeping that valuable community group going. They do so much in our community and offer so much to our veterans. Yeah, and I think, I did also have a chance, I'll just kind of update very quickly with the David Thompson Rec Board. Part of the discussion there was around that green space in Leslieville and trying to find direction and interest and how to use and utilize that and what it could be, all the things it could be. Also, they're quite active. They're sponsoring a number of students in a leadership role and going to an ACA camp. So it's great to see youth within our district interested in being future leaders. So I can endorse that group supporting those endeavors of young leaders. So that's it for me. I'll pass it along to Mr. Ratcliffe, or Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. One benefit of being fifth in line is you don't have to say nearly as much. Because a lot of us have been to these different events. Anyway, I have met with the airport stakeholders a couple of times. There's some great ideas out there of what can be done. The Flying Club and the Aerobatic Club are planning a pancake breakfast on June 25th from 8 till noon. And then in the afternoon, they're going to have an aerobatic awareness. So there'll be some demonstrations. And I believe council can expect invitations for that. I last Saturday attended the Norday Community Association golf course meeting. They've got a great group of volunteers out there doing a lot in the community. Planning for another busy summer. I've also met with residents from Misty Valley. They have some concerns about the rail trail through their community. This is a provincial project and Clearwater County is just managing the construction, so there isn't a lot that the county can do, but they appreciate being listened to. I also went to the Ag Banquet in the afternoon after, or the evening after that. Director Martinson, Deputy Reeve Northcott performed very well, and so did the people in the kitchen. That ends my report.
Any questions for Mr. Councillor Ratcliffe? Well, thank you very much for that. I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
I didn't attend any of this that you guys did, as well knew. I was away. But I did attend the ag meeting last night at Caroline, and I got the lowdown on small town smackdown that the Ag Society and the Wranglers put on in. They do a 50-50 there. The menu there is bull busting, and there's 1,250 people that are allowed in the building. They sold 185 tickets, and they were sold out 10 days before the event happened. 65 volunteers to put it on. They grossed $88,300. So the Ag Society's portion, after all expenses were paid, is just over $15,000 that the Ag Society received just in one night.
Spectacular.
So it's fantastic to see the turnout of this community and the visitors at I was not able to attend. I was seeing my daughter in Nova Scotia, in New Brunswick. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just have one question. Isn't this the greatest place to live?
You bet. I agree 100%. I have lived from Manitoba to BC. Didn't move there, but spent lots of time in lots of locations. And this is home, and this is the best.
That's great, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Well, I get the opportunity to round it up, and a lot of you, and I was with most of you for the last few weeks, so I'm not going to reiterate. Other than I had a Rocky Library meeting, went to the CPAA conference with Councillor Malhoff. I agree 100% with her comments in regards to what we had seen. Also the walk with Soquin, and I'm so pleased with the turnout of 85 people. It's a beautiful walk. The weather was spot on. In the rec board meeting that I had just recently had, just a quick update in regards to the bike pump track is CNRL has confirmed that they will do an in-kind donation to do the construction, and they are going to decommission that well site. So that looks very positive going forward. The other thing is we did sit down on Friday and start what's called the scoring matrix, going through when it was rebrought with all the different projects just before COVID. The community gave their input for different projects that they felt that they gave priority to. So we are now going through that scoring matrix right now, and we're not finished. We spent 4 hours on Friday, and we'll probably have another 2 or 3 that we're going to try and finish up at the beginning of June in our meeting there. I also want to say that there's 9 more sleeps until the splash park opens on the Thursday before the long weekend. So let's pray for some hot weather and let the kids go run around that night. So other than that, as far as announcements or whatever, we do have 2 surveys that are out. One is the waste survey that's going to be wrapping up here right away, and our strategic plan survey. So anyways, that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve Wahi. This may be more for administration, but Councillor Swanson sparked it in my mind. Do we have paper copies of the survey, or is it only online?
Mr. Hagan.
I believe we have paper copies available in our offices as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, did you have a?
Sorry?
No, you're just. So any further questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I'd be looking for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Correspondence has been circulated. Any questions, comments about any of that correspondence? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Brings us to item 11, any notices of motion? Seeing none, that brings us to item 12, which is a closed session. I would need a motion to go into closed session. Looking for that motion to go into closed session. Councillor Swanson, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Welcome back, everyone. We have one potential motion coming out of closed session. I would look to Councillor Melhoff for that motion.
I move that council authorizes staff to enter into negotiations regarding a cost contribution agreement for a potential paving project, for a potential future paving project.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our agenda, I believe, so I would be looking for a motion for adjournment. Deputy Reeve Northcott, all those in favor? Great. Stay safe, everybody, and have a great week.